This story is not as shocking or traumatic as some of the ones you might have heard before perhaps, but when it was happening to me, I was extremely upset and unnerved by it. This happened many years ago. I was newly single and looking for a way to meet new people, so I thought I would try my luck at online dating. I created a profile and went about speaking to some men online. I even met up for a few coffee dates or lunch. My initial nervousness at the prospect of meeting strangers online for possible romance was calmed down somewhat. I learned that there were actually quite a lot of nice guys out there just looking for the same companionship I was. I started to become more optimistic. In the past, I had this habit of dating men that were non-commitment types. I realized that I was ready to try and find somebody that wanted something a little more serious. I made a big mistake though. In formulating this goal, I had largely blamed myself for my failed past relationships, reasoning that perhaps I had somehow unconsciously chosen a partner who was not ready for commitment. I decided I should try and be more open to nice, sincere men who seemed ready for the kind of relationship I was ready for. In doing so, I ended up ignoring the gut instincts I had always followed, and that came back to bite me. This is where Mark enters the scene. Mark worked in banking and was divorced with one child. He was fairly good-looking, articulate, and we shared many interests. We began chatting online. This progressed to phone calls after a couple of days, and finally the idea arose to meet for coffee. Looking back, I now note that he seemed in a hurry to meet me right from the get-go, despite me saying I preferred to speak for a while initially. We decided on a possible date, general location, and general time, but nothing was truly confirmed. I recall at the time I was actually fairly busy, and as we began to get closer to the date, I felt like I was going to be too busy to meet up with anyone. In the days leading up, without a location or exact time set, I didn't get back to him. I ended up getting tied up with other things, and didn't know when I'd be free. I hadn't spoken to him in several days by this point. This is where the first red flag occurred, and in retrospect, I should have passed altogether on further meeting. As I said though, I was trying out this new attitude of being more open and accepting of nice men. On the date we'd discussed meeting initially, I was out somewhere doing something when my phone rang. I noticed it was Mark. I picked it up and he spoke to me in a warm tone. "Hey, I'm in your neighborhood. I know we said we were going to meet today, but where would you like to meet me? 'Cause I'm here right now waiting." I found this alarming because not only had I never gotten back to him with a time or location, I knew for a fact he lived 2 cities away, and it would have taken a lot of time to drive down on the loose plan of a meeting that had never been confirmed. Again, I told myself, this man must really want to meet you. That shows he's sincere, I guess. Enjoy this for a change. Against my gut instinct, I told him I would simply meet him on a different day, and we agreed on a concrete date and time instead. When the date arrived, it went surprisingly well. He was just as good looking in real life. We had good conversations and he was very nice. We started seeing each other. He was all about romantic gestures, paying attention to me, calling me, generally just being kind and sweet every day. He always seemed to want to spend time with me, and I told myself that this is what I had been missing for a long time. I tried my best to appreciate the gestures and attention as something positive, even though I wasn't really used to this much. It did feel a little strange as well, because I didn't know him that well. He would do things like show up unannounced with flowers to my work, only a short time after meeting each other in person. He was very touchy and feely, something I wasn't used to, and he did it in an off-putting way. I was uncomfortable with his constant touching and rubbing of me all over the place, generally suffocating me with his presence even while we were in public. I recall one time telling him that I was going downtown with a group of girlfriends for a birthday celebration, and he insisted we should go out for a drink alone beforehand. I said that was not really necessary because I only had an hour or so to spend prior to going out with them. The drive for him to get there was already an hour or more. This would be an extreme amount of trouble to go through just to see me for a short period of time, but he insisted that even a single hour would be worth it. When he arrived, I met him at a local pub. We had a drink, and then he laughed and joked that he should just come downtown with me and my girlfriends. I told him no. That was really weird. He wasn't invited, and that was not what we had discussed. He went home dejected, and that was the first time I felt a little bit off about him. Things went on though, and I spent the night at his house after about 3 weeks. I told him I had plans the next day, and I would have to get going at about 10 a.m. or so. When I went to leave the next morning though, he got very distressed and kept insisting I should stay because it was such a beautiful day. It was such a real shame I was leaving because there were so many wonderful things we should do together. He blocked me in. I should also mention that for the past week or so, he'd been insisting he loved me and would tell me multiple times a day. I didn't reciprocate because I wasn't ready for that yet. When I went to leave out the front door, he wrapped himself in front of me in the doorway and kissed me over and over, repeating the words, "I love you, you're everything I want in a woman," like a robot. I got really grossed out at the way he was behaving. I shoved him out of the way and left very irritated, although I didn't say anything, as I really did need to get going. I decided before I was even out of his driveway that I was never going to meet up with him again. Over the next day or two, I thought about how I would let him down and talked it over with my friends. I kicked myself too for deliberately ignoring my gut. During this time, I responded to his relentless phone calls with polite texts to stall him until I was ready to come up with a response. Finally, I settled on what I felt was a compassionate but firm approach to letting him down. I spoke to him on the phone and explained I had come to the conclusion that I was not at a point in my life where I wanted this relationship whatsoever, with anyone, including him. That was a lie, of course, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings. He kept trying to question what he had gotten wrong, what he'd misunderstood, but I just kept repeating that nothing was wrong. I simply didn't want to date. I went with this approach out of a complete lack of interest in doing anything to enlighten him what a turn-off his behavior was. I already had enough responsibility in my life. I had no desire to add him to it. Since we'd only been seeing each other less than a month, I thought that would be the end of it. But boy, was I wrong. I woke the following day to find a long, desperate email in my inbox. Basically, he said he was mentally ill. He was taking antidepressants that he blamed for his clingy behavior, although I had not complained to him about this at all. He ended by saying he would throw out all his medication, and therefore we should date again. The tone of the letter was very panicked and weird. I ignored it. Then the real onslaught began. Over the following weeks or so, he blew up my work phone, cell phone, and email with non-stop messages. I became increasingly annoyed at how entitled he felt to dismiss everything I said and to blatantly intrude in my life with such a relentless stream of calls and emails. At work, for example, he called my desk phone 34 times in a 3-hour period. My coworkers were flabbergasted and even offered to answer and scream in his ear. I cannot understand why he thought this behavior would somehow make me like him, but obviously it did the exact opposite. He even began to use attempts like regarding a pair of cheap plastic scratch sunglasses he'd left in his car. He claimed they were very expensive and were heirlooms from his mother, and she would be very upset if I didn't return them to him. Whatever. I drove to his house and dumped them in his mailbox. I finally texted him back after this to say, "They're in your mailbox. Don't contact me again." Of course, that didn't stop him though. The onslaught continued for days on end. He'd always exclaimed that I'd left something small, like a scarf or something at his house, and that he needed to return it to me. I'd send him another text. "I told you to stop harassing me. If you contact me again, I'm calling the cops." Eventually, this did work. Well, sort of. I continued to get Facebook messages from him for years after, even though we were not friends. I never responded to a single one. And the last one, he told me he was following me out in public somewhere. I was with my giant husband at the time, thank God. He wrote how good I looked, and added that he hoped still that we could be friends again one day. No thanks, Mark. I do not want to be your friend. But thanks for the lesson you taught me. Never ignore your instincts. Listening to mine led me to the next awesome, sincere, and unclingy man that I ended up marrying. I used to work at Borders way back when, though I had another job at the mall as well. Something about being at the bookstore, though, made me much more recognizable, I guess. I often had people approach me when I was on the street, or ask me about the store's sales while I was at a drive-thru window. It was mostly harmless stuff, though I did get some creeps on occasion. At the time, I had a dating profile up, but I had to take it down. I'd started getting really weird messages from people saying they'd seen me at the grocery store or something. Just really bizarre crap. The killing blow that finally made me close it, however, came shortly before my 19th birthday. I was checking my account after work, and I see a message titled, "We've met," which really creeped me out immediately. I clicked on it, and it said, "Sort of." It proceeded to go into this very weird graphic depiction of this guy, who was apparently so thrilled by my cashiering skills that I caused a stirring in his loins while checking him out. This email was seriously like 3 pages long, all talking about how sexually excited he was and all the things he wanted to do to my young body. It was in great detail. I was horrified to think that while I was just doing my job, one of my customers had been looking at me like that, thinking all these horrible things. I clicked on the profile, only to find there was no photo. It said he was 56 and single, but no other information. I needed to know what this guy looked like, which is the only reason I replied. I imagined that had been his game all along. I didn't respond to any of the other things he said, but I asked him if he'd send me a photo. He told me he couldn't do so because he was some sort of public figure. He told me he'd email it to me instead. It took him 2 days to get back to me. Those were 2 very long days. While I waited, I looked at my message history and discovered that this guy had actually written me many times. I just always ignored him because he had no pictures and was out of the age group I was looking for. Out of morbid curiosity, I looked through all these messages. All of them were of him seeing me at random places, describing the thoughts of sexually graphic things he wanted to do to me. He talked about fantasies of using me with another man he knew, raping me, tying me up. Many of the details were specific to me alone, which led me to believe he wasn't just mass sending these out to every young woman on the site. They were specifically about me. Meanwhile, this guy was older than my dad. I spent the next 2 days tensing around every older man who came in. I was afraid to be friendly with any of them. I was in fear that one of them would be this guy, and he'd take it as a go-ahead to come at me. I was having my birthday celebration, the day he finally got back to me. The moment I saw his name, I got a bad feeling in my gut. I couldn't immediately place it, but I knew there was something wrong with this person in particular writing these things to me. I stared at it for a moment, positive I knew this guy from somewhere. My brain just refused to click for some reason. I texted my friend to confirm with her as it began to dawn on me. This man had been my high school principal. I was horrified. I was still 18 at the time, which meant he must have been creeping on a bunch of us all along. I remembered many times of being alone with him in his office, and it made me feel queasy. Was he just perched there waiting for us girls to graduate so he could legally pounce on us? I wrote him back and told him, I don't know if you remember me, but you were my high school principal, and I happen to know you're married. He didn't reply. I thought that would be the end of it. I was still super creeped out for a while after that though, just knowing how long he'd been thinking about me and sending me these graphic messages. He'd been an authority figure in my formative years. Almost a year passed without further incident. He didn't come in when I was there. One day, I was ringing someone up without having gotten a good look at his face though. It was a friendly exchange, right up until I made eye contact. It was him again, grinning at me. I put his stuff in his bag and turned away from the register, but he stayed where he was. I pretended to organize some returns, but he just kept standing there, silently, not moving or saying anything. I knew he was watching me, but I couldn't bear to look. The moment lasted far too long. Finally, I grabbed my headset and asked a manager to come to the front of the store. He ran out after that, and I never saw him again. This story stretches over a couple of years, starting in my junior year of high school. I was a very sad teenager. My dad had recently declared he didn't love my mom anymore, and my parents had been fighting non-stop. My father became completely distant at the most crucial point of my development, so as a result, I developed attention issues. It was one of those usual, my dad doesn't pay attention to me, so I wanted everyone else to do that sort of things. Not going to lie, I wouldn't go as far as to blame myself for this situation because I was a minor, but I can't say I didn't want it when it first started. We met online, like it usually happens. He was attractive, very smart, a college student. He told me he was 20. I'm not sure if that's true or not, because apparently he told me a fake name also. I had turned 17 that summer. It was nearing March of my junior year, and we hit it off immediately. I liked him a lot actually, so nearly a week after us talking, we decided to meet up. He lived a couple of hours away from me, which he drove all the way through traffic just to meet me at school. That sounded sweet to me at the time, but now it just raises major red flags. I didn't really think much of our age difference, because I was almost legal anyway, and I also thought of myself as very mature. It didn't bother me that this man was already almost out of college. He picked me up from school in his Prius. We hugged and decided to go to the mall to just hang out a bit. It was nearing sunset at this point. He bought me some ice cream and everything had gone pretty nicely. Everything changed when we went to his car though. He drove out to the empty side of the mall parking lot and asked if I wanted to make out in the back. I said sure, thinking it was no big deal. So we began kissing and I was really feeling it, you know. I was a horny teenager. I mean, what else would I be doing? Then though, something strange began to happen. He stopped in the middle and said, "Can I bite you?" I was taken aback for a moment. I was like, "What do you mean by bite?" "I don't know," he said. "I just get so turned on by pain. I love seeing people suffering." I was like, maybe he's into BDSM or something. I thought it was really strange, but maybe he just worded it poorly or something. Also, I didn't really want to be bitten though. A certain fear began to settle in. I felt nervous. I realized we were all alone, and this dude had just said something super unsettling. It was getting dark outside as well, and the doors were all locked. I felt myself backed into a corner. I legit thought to myself, if I say no, will he hurt me? I decided to say yes with much hesitation, but tried not to show it. I said he could bite me on the arm, but to stop when I said so. He said he would try, but no promises because he couldn't control himself. I was terrified. The man bit me so hard it looked like a zombie bite from one of those TV shows. He bit me right on the center of my forearm. It was dark purple, and he left teeth prints in my skin. I couldn't handle him biting me for such a long time, so I screamed in pain. at which point he removed his jaws from my arm and it started to bleed. After that, he took me home. I was alarmed, but I just couldn't stop talking to him. I still talked with him for weeks after. He started to tell me all types of alarming information about him. He talked about being together and running away with each other because our parents wouldn't understand. He was a Muslim and I was a Christian. He got so weird though that we stopped talking for a while. He began to follow me on all my social media. I decided I wanted to block him after I realized just how toxic he was. There wasn't any particular occurrence as to which I stopped, or a final red flag. Basically, my best friend just talked some sense into me and bullied me into breaking it off with him. She was the smart one of us two, definitely. She convinced me he was a creep, and I agreed with her. I felt an immense amount of guilt. I pretty much forgot about him until my freshman year of college. What I hadn't been aware of this entire time, though, was he'd made a fake account to follow me on Twitter. I had already been in a relationship for about a year, and this one time, without even thinking about it, I decided to post a kind of racy picture on Twitter. I was 20 at this time. After a few minutes, I received a DM from a person I didn't know. I was like, who could this be? I could tell immediately it was him. The message read, "I finally got to see those beautiful Slav boobs of yours." I was grossed out to say the least. My boyfriend was all questions because I'd completely forgotten about this guy up until that moment. It still doesn't end there though. Fast forward a couple of weeks. I'm walking on my university campus, and guess who I see there, just sitting down on a random bench? Yeah, you guessed it. I was so done with this. Are you serious? The universe just seemed to want to fuck with me. He looked up with me and made eye contact, after which I received another Twitter message. I didn't even bother reading it. I thought I had blocked him on everything, but the fact we still somehow ended up attending the same university gave me chills. It's not that I knew he would do something to me, because I don't really know if I can say for sure he would. The unsettling fear was still there though. I was intensely paranoid. It all just seemed too convenient that he was going to the same college as me, years after he was supposed to have graduated. We talked about going to this university because he wanted to transfer, but he said he probably wouldn't because the drive was too far away from where he lived. And then seeing him there after he mentioned not wanting to attend it, it felt kind of crazy. The timing was just too good. After that, I saw him again several times, though I don't think he'd noticed I was there. I'd completely changed the way I looked by then, dyed and cut my hair, switched to contact lenses instead of glasses. I hope he just didn't recognize me or stop paying attention, maybe even graduated. I'm not sure if this is as crazy as some other stories you've heard, but I definitely don't want to see that guy ever again. The saying, blood is thicker than water, is a familiar one. It means your blood relatives or family unit should be your only loyalty, and giving them up for anything outside of it should be highly frowned upon. That being said, there's another phrase I can coin that means something more to me, associated with an event I'll never forget no matter how long I live. Blood is thicker than oil, both in the metaphorical and literal senses. It all started on the day my parents told me they were getting a divorce. We lived on a huge property by a lake at the time, in a huge log cabin-style house. They hosted parties every summer, with friends and neighbors out on the lake. There would be music, the smell of hot dogs and hamburgers on the grill, and the lake looming over the horizon, reflecting the firelight and whatever color of fireworks we chose that night. It was at one of those parties that my parents started acting really strange. They were usually on opposite schedules throughout the week, but on these weekend parties they reconnected, laughed, and danced with each other as if they were together 24/7. But that night they seemed to be on opposite sides every time I looked for them. Whenever I asked if they were going to dance tonight, my mom just straightened her mouth and didn't say anything. My dad would shrug and say he'd catch up with her later. At 13 years old, I knew something was off, but I couldn't think of anything to try and fix it. Different neighbors milled in and out of our house for water and snacks and to use the bathroom as the party went into the later hours. The breeze was still lukewarm, but eventually I had to go out to my room to get a jacket. Our house was very large, and my room was at the end of the hall at the right, on the side of the house that faced the lake. I passed a few people who smiled and waved as I went up the stairs, but aside from the top landing where the bathroom was, the upstairs was really quiet. I usually go inside once or twice to give myself a moment to breathe and decompress from these parties. I have sensory processing issues, and excessive chatter for too long makes me disassociate. That's definitely what I needed tonight. I was already feeling not all there from all the noise outside, and just needed 5 or 10 minutes. That's all. But 5 or 10 minutes was all it took for my life to change. I got to my room, shutting the door softly behind me, and taking a seat on my bed. I left the lights off because I felt particularly light-sensitive that day. I lay there in the dark for a few minutes, breathing and not thinking much about anything. The quiet felt like swallowing a spoonful of warm honey. It was really good and relaxing. My quiet moment was shattered, though, when I heard splashing through the open window. Not the regular kind of splashing either. Frantic, desperate splashing that sounded like a little kid had fallen in or something. My trance broken, I raced to the window to look out. I still felt disconnected to my surroundings, but I was there enough to be able to see what was going on. I almost didn't want to believe it. Down there in the dim glow of the moonlight and light from the bonfire around the corner, I saw my dad. He was bent over waist deep, wrestling with something. At first, I thought he was play wrestling with his brother or playing chicken or something. He was childish like that even at 40. But I quickly realized that wasn't the case when a man I knew popped out of the water, trying to punch my dad and get ashore. But my dad snatched him back and tackled him back in, pinning his head under again. It was Mr. Welsh, our next-door neighbor, a man we'd had at those parties every weekend. He and his wife often babysat me when my parents went out to dinner. He repaired our plumbing when I flushed Legos down the toilet. Everything neighborly you could think of, and there my dad was trying to drown him right in front of me. Not that he knew I was there, but I think he would have done this even if my bedroom light was on. I watched as they continued to struggle. When Mr. Welsh didn't come up for a minute and his body stopped moving, I couldn't take it anymore. I ran downstairs out the front door. People stopped to talk to me, all smiling, but I ignored them and ran past. I turned the corner of the house. My dad was there coming out of the lake, but Mr. Welsh was nowhere to be found. I looked frantically out at the water, but I couldn't see him anywhere. My dad just looked at me. His shoulders sagged. I could swear something broke inside him. He collapsed to the ground and sobbed into his hands, repeating the same thing over and over. I fucking killed him. I killed him. My parents sat me down later and told me they were getting a divorce. The meeting was closely monitored, of course. The jail guards weren't going to let a kid near an alleged murderer alone, even if he was his son. I learned that apparently my mom had been having an affair with Mr. Welsh, one that lasted for years before my dad found out. He was devastated and confronted her a few days before the party. When she refused to leave Mr. Welsh and asked for a divorce, my dad took his rage out on the only thing he could think of, Mr. Welsh himself. He'd seen him talking and dancing with my mom at the party, and something inside him snapped. He asked Mr. Welsh down to the lake around the side of the house to look at the dock. When they were all alone, my father dragged him to the water. I still don't know how to feel about either of my parents. I was sent to live with my grandparents in another town as everything played out, and only saw them on supervised visits. I know I can't forgive my mom for what she did to my dad, but I also feel weird around my dad too, for the awful thing I saw him do. His anger was understandable, of course. It's what he did with it that makes me so unsettled. He's told me he still loves me a lot, and will be there for me when he gets out. I believe him. I just don't know if I'm ready to accept everything yet. Mr. Welsh's body was never recovered. My dad was convicted purely on circumstantial evidence. Some days I think of driving out to the old lake house where I grew up, and my innocence was lost, and looking out at that great expanse of water. Maybe one day Mr. Welsh will finally be found in that lake, or maybe he never will. My friend, we'll call her Kay's family, was always more well-off than most, with enough disposable income to buy some very luxury items. New cars, the latest gadgets or technology, even a full party boat. It's that party boat and my first experience out on the water that I'd like to focus on today. That boat was a real nice one. Cherry red with a single sparkle in the paint, with a built-in sun cover and comfortable seats situated in a ring around the deck. Although it was relatively small, it was enough for a group of teens to go out on the local lake and party one night. Long story short, Kay had just gotten her driver's license. One night, she called me and a few of our friends and classmates up, got in the truck with the boat attached, and drove off while her parents were out of the house. Yeah, she basically stole that boat. Some hearing this will condemn those actions, and maybe some won't. I just felt it was an important thing to mention. The group consisted of Kay, myself, our friend Jake, and his older brother Clayton. Now, Clayton was 20 at the time, and in his sophomore year of college. The rest of us were all between 17 and 18. Kay had had a huge but silent crush on him for quite a while. We all knew he would probably never reciprocate her feelings, but that didn't stop her from trying or dropping hints constantly. I think inviting him to a stolen boat party out on a lake at night with underage drinking was definitely her biggest one. It took some finagling to set everything up and get the boat going in the water, as she'd only seen her dad do this once or twice. Once we did, Clayton took over driving, as he was the oldest and therefore the most responsible. I say that with a huge grain of salt, as he had just as much idea of how to drive a boat as the rest of us. We did a few circles on the lake. The wind was frigid as it whipped past us. Kay and I cuddled together for warmth, with Jake telling his brother to slow down a bit. We were obviously making a lot of noise. It was hard to hear anything, as the darkness around us slipped by, slick as oil. It was impossible to tell where the ground was in the darkness, where the sky ended and the water began. Clayton laughed, and I'm pretty sure he said something, but his voice was very muffled by the wind. He had already had a couple of cans of beer while we were fumbling setting up the boat too, so he wasn't in the clearest state of mind. Kay turned to me and whispered in my ear, "Hey, I'm gonna try to kiss him later." Her eyes were bright with drunkenness. She'd taken up on the beer already as well, after she saw him doing it. Most likely she wanted to impress him and show him how mature she was. I was going to tell her I didn't think that was a good idea. I mean, he was in college and it would be kind of weird, right? But I didn't even have time to finish that thought. There was a jolt and a shuddering scraping sound that vibrated the floor beneath our feet. Suddenly, we were launched from the boat into the cold, dark water. The boat had slammed hard into some rocks that were jutting out at a very high speed, and it had completely flipped over. I was flung out a fair bit, but I later learned the boat had collapsed right on top of Clayton. Kay had been launched right into one of the rocks and broke her arm, but still managed to crawl her way to safety, since she landed not far away from the shore. In hindsight, that's partially what made us crash in the first place. Jake was yelling, and I saw the faint outline of his back as he dove under to look for his brother. Each time he came up empty-handed. Dizzy, with my head fuzzing over from the impact, I swam over to help him look. I just remember him yelling over and over until his voice was completely strained. "Clay? Clay, can you hear me?" I dove under, groping at rocks and weeds and everything I could find until I had to come up for air. At the last second, my fingers brushed what I thought was the front of a shirt. Attached to an arm, attached to a body, I burst out of the water, screaming to Jake, "I got him! He's right here!" I dove back under. Together, we managed to get him to the shore where Kay was waiting, holding on to her broken arm. As she moved it around, I could tell it was flopping over in a way arms never should. Jake told us to call 911. He slapped his brother in the face, trying to get him to wake up. "How the fuck do you do CPR?" he said. "We can't," Kay blurted, wincing in pain. "I mean, we drank beer. I stole the boat." "Kay," I said. I took her face in my hands, forcing her to look at me. I could see the whites of her eyes. She was clearly crying. "We have to call. Come on." She nodded and grabbed me with her good arm. She cried as she dialed 911 in my arms. The police and ambulance came 15 minutes later. They took Clay away on a stretcher. Miraculously, he still had a faint pulse, but it was not looking good. Jake went with him in the ambulance while the cops drove me and Kay home. They lectured us on underage drinking and driving a boat recklessly. Kay's parents had gotten home earlier than expected, and they were waiting for Kay when she got back. When the cops explained to them what had happened, they didn't yell at Kay like I thought they were going to. Instead, they just hugged her and I tight and made us promise to never do something like that again. We were offered towels, a shower, and a change of clothes while waiting for my dad to pick me up. I felt numb and cold, even after a hot shower. Kay still cried beside me, begging Clayton to be okay. She really blamed herself for the whole thing. Although Clayton did live, he was never the same again. He had difficulty speaking and remembering things, and he couldn't really move without a walker or a wheelchair. His brain had been without oxygen too long to make a full recovery. Kay, Jake, and I visited him a lot these few months in the hospital, and although he couldn't remember our names sometimes, he wrote down on a piece of paper in his shaky handwriting that it was okay. He still lives with his parents and needs constant care. As for me, Jake, and Kay, we're doing all right. Last time I spoke with Kay, she went off to college in another state, where she could escape from that terrible night. Jake stayed in the area to help care for Clay, and he and I actually became a couple many years later. We now have a daughter together, and we've talked a lot about that night. We're going to make sure to educate her on boat safety and how it's a very, very bad idea to go out on the water and not tell anyone where you're going. That it's exactly what happened to Uncle Clay. I really hope she listens to our advice. Some context first. This story took place in 2020 when I was 18 years old. I lived in a relatively safe neighborhood, but my country does have a high crime rate in general, so take that with a pinch of salt. My dad had passed away earlier in the year, and I have no siblings either, so my mom and I lived all alone in our house. The COVID lockdowns were still in place, but as certain restrictions were lifted, people were starting to return to work. Between my house and the train tracks was a big stretch of empty field. It became a safe, quiet space for me to escape to whenever I needed to get out of the house for a while. I would normally sit there once a day for a cigarette or two, sometimes having my own little picnic. My home situation was complicated to say the least, and due to the pandemic, I had nowhere else to go. On this particular day, I went there for a few minutes to smoke, as I always did. I was about halfway through my cigarette when I noticed a young man walking along the train tracks on the other side of the field. He was barefoot and wearing dirty, worn-out clothes. The man noticed me and made a hand gesture suggesting he was asking for a smoke. I should have just left, but as a teenager, I found it quite difficult to say no to people. I walked a bit towards him and offered him a smoke. He took it from me, but immediately I felt uneasy about the way he was looking at me. The man asked me, "Don't you live in that house right over there?" He pointed right at my exact address. I avoided answering his question, and at this point I realized I needed to leave right now. I had left from my front gate that day. For him to know where I lived, he must have watched me leave from the back gate before. I told him I needed to get going. He started insisting on giving me a hug to say thank you though. I declined several times, and at this point I started backing away quickly. I didn't get very far though. The man easily caught up to me and wrapped his arms around my waist. I panicked, not knowing what to do. All I could think of was that I needed to get away from this man. As I tried to start running from his grip, he grabbed me harder from behind and started dragging me towards the row of houses where the view of the road was completely blocked off. The fences were high too, so no one could see that area from their backyards. We were completely isolated. I was kicking and struggling, desperate to get out of his grasp. He ended up throwing me against the ground, with him jumping on top of me, still holding on. In a split second, my life flashed before my eyes. That feeling that something terrible was about to happen came over me. I couldn't escape. This man was too strong. My arms were trapped by his, and he was holding me down so I couldn't kick him. I did the only thing left to do. I started screaming desperately for help. Suddenly, I was free. I could move again. He had let go and jumped off of me. He ran away so fast I could barely even register it. My heart was pounding furiously. I was shaking in shock from what had just happened. He disappeared into the industrial area on the other side of the train tracks. I immediately ran towards the road. As I reached it, I noticed it was empty. There were no cars parked in my neighbor's driveways either. No one heard me screaming, and had he realized that day would have had a far worse ending for me. He clearly knew where I lived, and I was terrified of him returning. For months after, I had panic attacks and nightmares, and I could barely leave my house without breaking down. I moved away from there a year later, but I still sometimes get scared when I'm home alone or when I have to walk around town. This happened a few years ago when I was about 13. My best friend and I were at a lake in the middle of Georgia, trying to fight the almost 125-degree Fahrenheit weather. We decided to swim to our secret spot. It was really just a sort of cave made out of fallen tree roots. We did the routine snake check and swam in, climbing onto a rock to get inside. We started talking and gossiping, and all was normal until about 45 minutes later. We heard a truck pulling up and the sound of someone getting out. We guessed it was some people going fishing, since the lake was full of bass and other big fish. We started whispering, hoping the person wouldn't find our hiding spot. We heard the splash of someone getting into the water. We brushed it off again until we saw a man about 50 to 60 years old swimming over to our spot. We both looked at each other, but didn't move, frozen with fear. He came closer and started treading water about 3 feet away from the edge of our rock. He asked us our names, and we both replied with fake ones. We weren't entirely stupid. He told us they were pretty names, and then in the creepiest voice I ever heard, he looked us both up and down and whispered, "We have some very beautiful young ladies here. Someone like me could easily take advantage of you." He climbed up onto the rock. We then saw he was completely naked. We screamed as he lunged at us. We both dove away into the water. He managed to grab a hold of my friend's bikini top and ripped it off as she dived in. We were both fairly fast swimmers, and we hightailed it back to my friend's mom and explained what happened. While we were in the middle of explaining, the man swam up and started to walk towards us. That was until he saw my friend's mom was there. He quickly ran off into the bushes. His truck drove by a few minutes later, but we couldn't get the tag numbers because he was going so quickly. We called the cops, but from what I've heard, he was not caught. I haven't heard anything else about it since. I moved across the country, but this experience will likely never leave my mind. This happened to myself and a close friend, both 23-year-old males, just last month. We decided to go on a 2-night backpacking camping trip in the Adirondack Mountains of New York. We were both very comfortable with nature and spent a lot of time camping, hunting, and fishing. We hiked about 5 miles up to a small lake and set up camp on a small beach that was not heavily trafficked. We didn't expect to run into anyone our first night there. As we were sitting around the fire, we saw a flashlight moving on the other side of the lake. It was at around 10:30. This was fairly unusual, however, we didn't give it too much thought. As time went on, though, this flashlight kept moving around the lake, getting closer and closer to our campsite. We kept discussing who could possibly be wandering around the woods in the middle of the night. We didn't particularly want an unwelcome guest. Once it was clear that the person or people were headed towards our campsite, we moved off into the woods nearby to see who would wander up. I took a small axe with me, and my friend had a .22 rifle. Now, we weren't expecting trouble, and we certainly didn't want to make any ourselves, but we figured we might as well cover our bases. Now, the moment of truth. The flashlight neared the light of our fire, and we could see it was a lone man. He had a beard and was probably in his mid-40s. The scary part was that he was carrying what turned out to be a pump-action shotgun. He walked around the campsite a few times, then proceeded to enter the tent. After rummaging around for a minute or so, he came out yelling, "I know you're out there. Why don't you come out and say hello to my friend here?" I remained motionless under a hemlock tree about 50 yards away. This is when the man proceeded to randomly fire his shotgun into the woods. It was not far from where we were. He also swung his flashlight around several times. After what felt like hours, he grabbed my friend's backpack and a few articles of clothing drying off near the fire and threw them in to burn. My friend trained the .22 at the man and asked if he should shoot him. I told him absolutely not unless he spotted us. He started to point the gun in our direction. Thankfully, the man moved off to where he had come from just a little while after. We waited until his flashlight was on the other side of the lake. We ran out and grabbed everything we could fit in my pack and took off soon after. It was now around 2 or 3 a.m. We ran out of the trail with flashlights and made it back to my car. The sun was coming up now. We immediately went to the police department and reported it, where we also spoke with some forest rangers. That was it. We haven't heard anything back from the police. It wasn't that mysterious. However, it made me feel fear that I had never felt before in my entire life. My friend Tony and I decided to go out hiking one time in the early fall. We picked this area that we had previously never gone through before. It was a pretty nice and vast area that we could have easily gotten lost in if we weren't so used to what we were doing. Also, we were following alongside a river, so we would have to be pretty stupid if we couldn't find our way back out again. We didn't really know if this was a well-hiked area or not, but we figured it must be because there were some worn trails that were not very far away from the river. We stuck by the river the entire time though, just to be safe. We were going to be out for about a week. We hadn't planned on exactly how long the trip would take. We didn't run into any hikers though. One evening, close to the time we were putting up camp for the night, we came across this really wide lake-like opening in the river. We decided to make our camp there for the night. At one point though, when the sun was setting down, Tony thought he saw some movement in the trees off on the very far side of the river. He tried to point it out to me multiple times, but I have to admit that my eyesight is not as good as his. I didn't really notice anything, and I really didn't put much thought into it either. There was nothing unusual about having a few more hikers in the area. We didn't sleep right on the bank of the river. We made our camp and did our thing and went to sleep. I was awoken later in the night, though, by some sort of light shining right in my eyes. I didn't know what this could be, but it seemed really bright at first, and it was shining in from the direction of the river. The light was of course blinding as I opened my eyes. Tony had woken up before my eyes could even be adjusted in any way. When we both got some of our faculties about us, we were able to make out that there was more than one person just standing there on the beach. We called out, asking who this person was and if there was anything we could do to help them. However, no matter how many times we called out to them, we continued to not get any answer from the figures. They just stood there, shining their lights in upon us. It couldn't have been a lot of time that passed when we both realized this light was coming from a boat stationed on the river. The figures had gotten out of the boat now and were watching us intently. After a bit of time passed by, though, they started getting back in the boat. When they were back in, the boat started sailing down the river. They kept their light shining in our direction right on us, though, as they slowly went sailing away. Tony and I didn't do anything as we watched the boat and lights slowly disappear. After this very strange encounter, we both decided to try our best and just go to sleep. I don't think either of us had any real luck in that department, though. In the morning, other than footprints all over the beach, the two of us didn't notice anything really out of place. It wasn't like in a horror movie where you find a scary message or something on the beach, but none of that made the encounter any less unsettling than it was. We no longer felt comfortable in those woods. What if those guys decided to come back for some reason? We headed back up the river that morning. Although we originally had no exact timetable set for this trip, we didn't want to spend any more time out there when we weren't feeling very comfortable with it, and we had no idea what those guys wanted. We had some very unsettling nights out camping, but we never had one quite like that night. I've never lived in a very rural area in my life, although I have a lot of relatives who have. Most of the time, though, they didn't live that far out in the country. There were always some people who lived not too far away. I do remember a short period of time, though, when my aunt lived in a house that was actually out in the middle of the woods. It was like the sort of thing you might expect in a story about Goldilocks or something. I wouldn't say their home was a shack, if only because there was an actual shack right out behind it. During that time that she lived there with the guy she was with, us kids would either have to sleep out there or on the floor of the bigger shack they actually lived in. Although most people wanted to sleep inside the bigger building, when I was a teenager, I preferred sleeping in the smaller one. There was at least a cot out there, and I really did not enjoy sleeping on the floor. Not only that, but I also got to have some privacy and be out there all by myself. I had slept there many times before, so I was pretty used to it. There was one night, though, when I deeply regretted making that choice. I want you to remember this property was way off the beaten path. I mean, you might not be shocked to find D.B. Cooper still living out there. That's how off the path it was. I was never afraid of being out there in that old shed, but I did always put the hook on inside the door to keep anyone from opening it. On this night, when I was sleeping on the cot, I heard something strange that woke me up. It was someone shaking the door, as if they were trying to open it. At first, I thought it must be someone from my family, but when I called out to them, no one answered. I tried again, hoping the person would answer me back, but no response came. Instead, the door briefly stopped shaking, and then it began shaking even harder than before. It was as if whoever was out there was upset I didn't just let them in. It just kept shaking the door harder and harder. I found myself not yelling out to whoever this was, because for the first time ever, I was scared to be there. I didn't know if this was some crazy human out there or some sort of vicious animal, but my imagination was still running away from me. I couldn't call out for help from the house because it was too far away from the smaller shack to hear. There were no windows and only one door, which obviously I couldn't run out of because that's where the source of my fear was coming from. Other than cowering in the cot up in the corner against the wall, I had nothing I could really do. The door kept rattling for a while longer, but whoever was rattling on the door was not able to do it enough to get it open, and eventually the rattling just stopped dead in its tracks. Even after it stopped though, I couldn't bring myself to unlock the door and go back to the house. I mean, whoever was out there could still be there, waiting in the dark for me to open that door and make a run for it. As had been the case so far, all I could do was stay in that cot cowering and waiting until morning. When I told everyone about what happened the night before, they all tried their hardest to convince me it was just the wind. I think other than that though, they thought I must have been making it up. Who knows? But I'll always wonder what messed with me that night. This event has stuck with me throughout my entire life. This happened when I was in middle school, and now, being 23 years old, I still remember it as if it happened yesterday. I used to live in this house through 4th grade to my high school graduation. For most of my younger life living there, I had a loft bed in my room. I was also lucky enough to be given the room with a walk-in closet, since I had more clothing than my sister. This closet had a light switch on the outside and a lock on the inside of the door. At some point, if I remember correctly, I even put another lock on the wall so I could lock it from the outside. I'm not sure why now. Either way, I was very, very strict about sleeping with this closet closed every night. One night, I was sleeping on the loft bed and had woken up on my back. I was always a stomach sleeper, so I was already feeling a little bit weird. I was compelled to sit up slightly and look over to the side of my bed where the closet was. I could see the door was wide open with the light on and the inside completely empty of any of my belongings. The only sign there was ever clothing in there was a few pieces left on the ground and the path leading away from the closet, like when you do laundry and try to carry all your clothes, but a piece would fall out along the way. While staring at the open closet, a dark shadow seemingly developed on the carpeted floor below the threshold of the closet. From that shadow, a dark mass grew from the ground at a steady but slow pace. As it rose, it developed more features, grooves and empty eye sockets, teeth and a resemblance of a face. It rose until it stood just below the top where my closet door's height ended. It was a dark hooded figure with no real body shape. Its robe simply connected with the ground and melted back into its shadow. Under the hood was a protruding bleach-white skull with sharp teeth poking out in perfect symmetry. I stared at it blankly, feeling almost as if in a trance, unable to react or accurately process what was happening. After a few seconds of it existing in my space, it lifted its stare to face mine from the top of my loft bed. We held what eye contact we could, with its empty black voids in place of eyes. Against my will, I felt my head turn down and lightly nod to this figure or something. After a second, it returned that nod and began to descend back into the shadow it had risen from. I watched as it slowly disappeared from existence until eventually the shadow didn't even exist anymore. Only then did I feel whatever force was compelling me to not be able to do anything let go, and I fell backwards onto my back and instantly fell asleep again. I woke up the next morning to find my room completely normal, closet closed, lights off, and full of my possessions once more. Yet I remembered that night's events and the feeling of it vividly. I still can now. Since that night, I've never experienced that same scenario or anything similar to it. Now, I'll admit some things about myself. I've never sleepwalked in my life, not in my childhood, and not in adulthood either. The most that happens is I talk and laugh in my sleep. I dream almost every night though, and those dreams can be very vivid. I often wake up from them and have to take a second to realize I'm back in reality. I always know the difference between sleeping and being awake though, and that night I swear I was awake. My eyes were fully open, and I couldn't move my body as I wanted. I've talked to some people and they suggested I either had a night terror or a bout of sleep paralysis. Whatever it was, I try not to think about it too much, as it was very unsettling for me. I'm a 20-year-old female, but the story I'm about to tell happened when I was around 7 years old. To give a little bit of backstory, from the ages of 4 to 12, my family and I lived on a heavily wooded 14-acre property in the south. As a child, I loved playing outside, and more specifically in this old car trailer my dad had that was parked right beside our house. In fact, I had this oven-like thing in there for me to play with and whatnot. Now, prior to the super creepy part of this story, there was one day I noticed this strange black trash bag at the end of our gravel driveway. My parents thought it was best not to mess with it, but my great aunt and uncle who were coming to visit decided to bring it over to the house. Since it was so long ago, I don't remember everything that was in it, but I do remember there being several doorknobs, some extremely disturbing writings, and a military uniform. After we found these things, I would say a few months later, my dad found some evidence that someone was living on our property without our permission. It was almost certainly the owner of that trash bag. I remember my other great uncle who was living with us at the time, either seeing someone watching the house one night or finding more of this stuff out in the woods. Maybe it was both of those things. To bring it back to the creepiest part though, I got up one morning on the weekend to go out and play in the car trailer as I usually did. Instead of my play oven being inside though, I noticed it was out in the woods, about 20 feet away from the trailer. Being so young, I was definitely more confused than scared after noticing this. I'm pretty sure I went and asked my parents right away if they knew why it was out in the woods like that. Of course, they said no. We figured out it was the person who was living on our property that did that later. I recall looking out into the woods in that moment and feeling as if someone was watching me. Being older now, what freaks me out the most about this situation is not only the fact that he got so close to our house, or that he threw my toy into the woods to lure me out there, but realizing that all those random doorknobs in that trash bag must have been because he'd been breaking into people's homes. I'm a student at a preparatory school. I always go home using the bus around 6 or 7 p.m. One evening, me and my friends were getting ready to go our separate ways from school. I walked over to the bus stop when I noticed an old man, mid-50s, short hair, around 5'6". I had never seen him before at this particular stop. I thought maybe he was new to the place. We got on the same bus, and as always, I sat in the very back. I noticed, though, him staring at me and giving me this big, weird smile. I tried to pretend not to notice him by going on my phone to scroll through my Instagram. Once I was getting ready to get off, he got up and got ready to get off too. Out of nowhere, he grabbed my hand as I was holding on to the bar. That scared the shit out of me. I shook my hand off and rushed out. That was when I saw he was following me. I took a different path to make him lose me, when all of a sudden he began to shout and scream at me. "Stop running, son! Why are you scared?" I walked home and explained the situation to my parents. They were very concerned as well. I didn't think anything else would come of it. The next day, I was sitting in my room, since I was quite sick that day. I was playing some CSGO when I remembered hearing some weird sounds outside. I walked outside and noticed that very same man from yesterday was right outside my home. He must have slept outside waiting for me. I immediately ran back inside and notified the police. Since then, I've never seen him again. I don't know what that was all about. I had a theory that maybe he had dementia or something and thought I was his son, since he called me son while shouting at me. I still remember this like it was yesterday. I remember having a typical mundane day in our calculus class. The promise of spring break was tantalizingly close. Some restlessness had taken over the classroom as we waited to taste our freedom for a few months. Our teacher, known for his laid-back behavior, was deciding to inject some fun into the class. He introduced a brand logo quiz on Sparkle, which was a welcome break from the usual routine. "Alright folks, let's have a little bit of fun before the weekend, why don't we?" Our teacher announced with a big smile. That moment of relaxation was short-lived though. The tranquility of our classroom was shattered when the principal's voice suddenly came over the loudspeaker. His usually calm demeanor had a tone of panic to it, and his words sent a chill through the room. "This is not a drill. All teachers proceed with lockdown," he urgently declared over the loudspeaker. A sense of foreboding washed over the room. Our teacher, typically easygoing, seemed to be in distress as he hurriedly dimmed the lights and herded us to the safety of the corner. There was an eerie silence as we waited. I remember the hum of an electrical panel in the back room being the only sound I could hear. The moment stretched on, and it felt like every shadow cast a long feeling of dread. "This can't be real," one of the students muttered. The agony of the situation escalated. We began to hear a man's screams echoing down the hallway. I remember panic seizing me as those wails grew louder and closer to our room. It was impossible to stay composed then when this man began pounding on all the lockers outside, screaming threats in at us. "I'll kill all of you!" he screamed. The fear for our lives consumed us as the frenzied man walked right over to our classroom door and began to bang and tug on it. The screaming and crying of some girls in the class only served to scare everyone even more. The pounding persisted. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. "Is this really happening?" I remember another student whispering. After many minutes of his tormenting screams and relentless banging trying to get in, they receded into the distance. We felt a bit of relief, but we remained very on edge, waiting for the terrible shoe to drop. The principal's voice filled the room once more, explaining this unsettling situation. Apparently, the mentally unstable intruder had walked right in the front door and attacked the woman at the front desk, sparking chaos and alarm. He repeated once more to remain in lockdown. As we learned more, it turned out the man had recently fled from authorities and just happened to run into the school to try and escape. The school was left grappling with the haunting knowledge that he was still lurking somewhere nearby. "Stay calm, everyone. The police are on their way," the principal reassured us all. The man's intrusion, though, had left a mark on the school, and we were left to wonder about his whereabouts. As students, we all realized that safety can't be taken for granted, even in the most ordinary of moments. To this day, I don't know what happened to the man who caused our harrowing lockdown. He escaped out of the school before the police arrived, and he didn't actually end up hurting anyone inside, other than the lady at the front desk. I like to believe that he was caught and is now receiving the help he so clearly needed, instead of being lost in that mental darkness forever. At high school, I made friends with some guys from a nearby town, and I often traveled there to spend some time with them. One night, one of them said to me that there was an abandoned meat plant in a secluded part of the town, and we should go there again to explore. Some of my buds had already been there before. I was a 16-year-old who loved adrenaline, so I thought that was a real great idea. After some hesitation from a few of the others, everyone agreed to go. One guy led us, and I found the path a bit odd. I mean, when the place was active, they probably transported products and/or animals with trucks and such, but it would be very difficult for a truck to pass through here. We walked down this long, narrow dirt road, surrounded by fields and forests, with absolutely no lights or buildings anywhere nearby. This place was in the middle of nowhere. After like 10 to 15 minutes of walking, we finally arrived, hopped the fence, and decided to check what was inside. We explored the whole place, which was pretty fun because they'd left everything behind. Machines, workwear, etc. To be honest, nothing paranormal happened there or anything, but we did find two things very strange. For one, the place had been abandoned for more than 10 years at the time. However, we found a big barrel in the yard that appeared to be filled with some sort of guts and blood. It didn't really look fresh, but it also wasn't decaying either. It was quite strange. Every door was also unlocked except for one. That door looked brand new, while all the other doors were old and battered. The room didn't have windows either, so we couldn't see what was inside. There was also another later discovery by someone who regularly went to that place. A couple of other kids had broken the padlock on the gate to get inside one time, only to find that days later another padlock had appeared. Anyways, it was quite a fun experience, and it became a habit to go there every once in a while. The very last time we were there, though, was in February of 2017. It was 2 weeks after our last visit, when we saw the police were there. We heard that some kind of crime had occurred at the meat plant, and the police were searching for somebody. I never got the full details on what happened. There's a small news portal that dealt with what was happening in this area, but they didn't even publish about the incident, so we tried to find it on other sites. There was absolutely no information about this place on the internet, as if it never existed. There were some rumors that multiple bodies had been found inside, and somebody was using the place as a dumping ground or something. Either way, I don't think I'll ever go there again. Back when I, male and 18, graduated in 2021, I wanted to take a gap year, well, as much of one as you can take in America really, to focus on myself after the pandemic. My godfather had also passed away while visiting us due to some hospital malpractice. I was already in a lot of grief and staying inside more than ever. My brother, male and 25, was working at Petco and met a sweet old lady that needed a dog sitter. Somehow, I ended up getting an interview to dog sit. As a dog owner, I had a lot of experience caring for them. I should have left though the second she told me my worth was only $2 an hour and that she'd pay bi-weekly because she could pay anyone to dog sit for $10 an hour. I reluctantly accepted as it was a job, and she insisted I stay over 12 hours a day. I always think about how much I could have made back then if I just knew my own worth. Anyway, as the interview went on, she brought up this ex-roommate of hers that she had kicked out in a heated argument. She ominously told me, if anyone knocks on the door, do not let them in. Lock the door every day when you first get in, and only open it for me. Obviously, this terrified me, but my people-pleasing kicked in, and I felt like I needed to care for this sweet old lady. To my luck, at least the job was actually somewhat fun. I got up early, and she was actually really chill. I only needed to walk and feed the dog twice a day. and otherwise I could pretty much do whatever I wanted in her big home. This lady was obviously just very lonely. She had this giant house and a ton of food just in case people ever came over. She insisted I feed them boiled chicken from this pot that I had to reboil every day. For the rest of the day I dog sat though, I had this 3,000 square foot clean house with 3 bedrooms and nobody to bother me for 12 hours. I didn't have to worry about my home life and I could do anything I wanted. I thought nothing could go wrong here. But I was wrong. What happened next terrifies me to this very day. For a good 2, maybe 3 months, everything seemed to be going fine. But in the back of my head, I always thought about that lingering fear of her ex-roommate. One day, I came in and everything was normal, but I got this weird feeling that I should not go outside with the dogs yet. I was a bit physically disabled, so it was very taxing on my body. Then it happened. There was a soft tapping at the front door. Huh, that's weird. Do male people usually knock? The tapping continued. "Leave the box at the front door, please," I yelled out. My heart then sank as a response came. "Hello? Can you let me inside?" I looked over, only to see this lanky, tall, white man with a weirdly cut toupee and dead eyes looking in straight at me from the window. He began to tap on the window right in front of me. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. Please, I have a package here." I tried to ignore him and told him he needed to go away. "Oh, no, I'm not a bad person. My friend is your boss." My heart skipped a beat. I noticed this was the exact same man she had been talking about, and he was not going to be leaving easily. He told me he only needed to come in for 1 second and began to walk around to the back. I told him I'd call 911 if he left my sight. He calmly laughed in my face. "Wow, it's all right, buddy. I just need my pillow, yeah. It's in the other room. Only I know where it is." I tried to reason with him, but he refused to leave. I called the dog sitter lady. She picked up and I told her he was trying to get inside. Like the great boss she was, she just told me to not let him in and don't trust him. At the same time, she tried to act like he was completely harmless. She told me she would be getting off at 3, which was the earliest she could. That was in 4 fucking hours, so instead I called my dad. My dad showed up ready to square up with this guy and started yelling at him. The man slowly creeped by him until my dad said, "Back the fuck up, dude, or I'll beat your ass." Luckily, the guy took this as a sign and moved away, but said that he'd be back for me for supporting my boss later. At that point, I just left. I wish I could say that was the end of my time there, but for a short while it wasn't. This story's already pretty long though, so I guess that's a tale for another time. This just happened, and I'm still pretty shaken up by it all. This evening, whilst putting away some clothes in my closet, I noticed the entry point to my attic had been disturbed and was set slightly ajar. I live in a condo with my wife and child. Our master bedroom has a walk-in closet with an access point/lid or whatever to our attic. I don't believe the attic connected with any other condos, but we did share walls with neighbors on both sides. As I was folding and putting away laundry this evening, my wife walked in from the connecting bathroom. She had come to ask me something when all of a sudden she gasped and said, "Look up." My blood turned cold immediately. There it was. The entry point drywall lid was lifted out of place and set ajar. She had been giving our child a bath at the same time, basically right in that area where you could see from the attic. I froze for a moment, not knowing exactly how to handle this situation. I got a hold of myself though and dialed 911 while I rushed my wife and child to go downstairs in a hurry. Both of them got ready and moved out, while I stayed on guard watching the entry to the attic crawl space. The police showed up after what felt like an eternity. They checked up there, but they couldn't find anything. There were no signs of forced entry, just an obviously lifted and placed ajar crawlspace cover. Now I'm here alone, wondering if we overreacted or what the fuck exactly happened. Somebody obviously moved the door. It wasn't bumped or hit by myself or my wife. It was too high up, and my child was not able to get anywhere near the access point either. The creepiest thing that bothered me the most, though, was there was no way to tell if it had been moved from inside or from the closet below. The police said the drywall that connects up there wasn't broken or cut up or anything, so nobody had snuck into another condo. There were no signs of fiberglass disturbed near the entry, or around the closet either, so no one was obviously crawling around lurking or messing shit up for a long time. I'm seriously thinking about placing a lock on that entry point somehow, but I'm not good with that kind of handiwork. I wouldn't even know how to begin cutting or making a sturdier lid to even try to put a lock on one. Now, I'm not going to say this is paranormal, but I also had a disturbing dream about the situation a couple of weeks after. In my dream, a woman seemingly called me on random one day and kept repeating, "Is there someone inside your house?" I panicked and rushed everyone in my house out the door. I had my wife out front with my kid. I can't remember if we found anyone or anything in my dream either. Just a very unsettling bonus experience, I guess. It was a strange night to say the least. This goes back to 2016, but since I'm new here, I thought I'd post and see what y'all think, because I don't really know what to think about it. I, 31 and female, bought my first home back in 2016, on my own as a single young woman. I was so proud and excited, especially after leaving the toxic guy I was with the previous 5 years, on and off though. It was a fresh start that I really needed. Anyways, I moved in. Just me, no roommate, and my ex had never been there before. The house was a small 2-bedroom rancher, built in the 50s but updated a bit. It had a dirt crawl space for storage, and a huge fenced yard with 3 gates. A metal gate, a smaller gate to get to the front door, and an old wooden gate to pull into the covered garage area. I'm a nursing student, so I do a lot of night shifts. After living in the house for a few weeks, I got home from said night shift. It was 6 a.m. and just starting to get light outside, when I noticed there were apples scattered all over my front yard. Not apples off a tree either, like store-bought apples with the stickers still on them. They'd been thrown haphazardly all over my front yard. I was kind of tired and brushed it off as kids messing around and went right to sleep. A few weeks later, I got off another night shift and everything seemed normal, as most mornings were. I went to bed soon after. I had a house sitter the weekend prior, as I'd gone on a girls' trip with some friends, so the house sitter had some people come over to have drinks. That was totally fine, but they'd left the cans in my fire pit. When I woke up after that sleep that day, I went to let my dog outside to pee in the backyard. I noticed that all the cans, as well as burnt chunks of wood, were laid out in a perfect circle outside my fire pit. That seemed quite odd, but I just kinda thought it was those neighborhood kids messing around again. Another few weeks went by, and again I got off the night shift. I pulled into my driveway, only to have my heart sink immediately. I could see all my gates were wide open. They had all been closed and latched up tight when I left. Something just felt off this time. I was tired after a long shift though, and told myself not to get freaked out over stupid kids being annoying. I didn't have enough strength to stay awake anyway. That following weekend I had off. My cousin wanted to go to the movies, so I agreed and she came to pick me up. When I left, I put my dog in the house, locked the door and left the porch light on, since it would be dark when I got back home. When I arrived back, I found my dog outside. the door completely unlocked, and the porch light had been turned off as well. The lights inside were on though. This time I was real freaked out. I called my dad to come check out the house. For me, I was convinced someone had done this from inside, that someone must be living in my crawl space or something. He came and checked for me immediately, but there was nothing to be found. I ended up getting a roommate to ease my mind a little and feel a little bit safer. A guy from work was looking for a new place to stay, so I offered for him to room with me for cheap. He accepted quite readily. He was a big dude, so I felt whoever was messing with me would think twice with him living there. I was wrong though. One night I was home alone, as my roommate was working a night shift. I fell asleep on the couch while watching a movie, only to wake up to a missed call from a random number. I googled the number since I had never seen it before, and noticed it was from one of those apps you could download to call or text anonymously. I tried calling it back to no answer, but then seconds later I got a text, much to my surprise. "How's the movie?" I asked who this was. "Who do you think it is?" I asked my roommate if he was messing with me, but he replied from his normal number. "What are you talking about?" I told the random number to cut it out. It wasn't funny anymore. They continued to say things to me as if they could see me right now. I was super creeped out and ran over to my window and closed the blinds. They then told me that if I wanted to come outside, I could see who it was. I ran to my door and locked it right away. Then they replied, "It's me, Corey." I didn't know any Coreys though. I ignored the texts, and I guess they eventually got bored of tormenting me. I waited until my roommate got home so I could sleep. Nothing ever happened again after that, and I still live in that house with my now husband. No explanation for any of it has ever come up. I'm genuinely open and curious to hear everyone's opinions on this. I was about 14 at the time and walking back from school. Unfortunately for me, I have to walk through a fairly sketchy area to get home. As I approached the underpass, I saw a man coming out on my side of the path. He immediately crossed the road to the other side. I lost focus of him and started looking at the floor. I continued to walk forward when I suddenly got this feeling of unease. I looked up, only to see the man was now sprinting full force directly towards me with a needle in his hand. The thing that freaked me out the most, though, was his face. He looked so furious, as if he absolutely hated me from the bottom of his heart. I've never had such a feeling of panic and fear prior or after. I got cold sweats instantly, and I could tell this man wanted to kill me. I started sprinting straight away, not daring to look back at him. I'm a fairly overweight person, so I didn't think I had much hope of escaping, but I still had to try. After 5 minutes of doing my best running, I looked back, only to see the man was now gone. I'm not sure why, but I rang up a friend of mine straight away and told him about this. As I described the man to my friend, he instantly knew who I was talking about. He was a local crazy who had terrorized the other locals for years, in and out of prison for various things. I've had nightmares of people sprinting towards me ever since. I'm not sure if this incident translates well into text, but it was a truly terrifying moment in my life. I don't know what he would have done if he actually caught me, if he simply would have killed me or done something even worse. I, 16 and female, have been skateboarding ever since I was 13. Getting catcalled, shouted names at, spat on, being hit on and stalked was a lot for my young age, but I learned to deal with it eventually. One of my first ever encounters with a boy, 14 and male, was a great time. I was with my group and he was a friend. Me being 13 at the time with a 14-year-old wasn't so bad, but I still felt a little bit uncomfortable. After a couple of hours, my group decided to drop off one of our friends and grab some snacks. We all said bye and left the skate park. However, 2 guys followed us. My friend that was leaving ran to her house, which was understandable. The rest of us were creeped out, but stood our ground to go over to the shops. When we came out, I saw them once more. I told my group to skate away down the hill, and we did. Before I left, I asked one of the boys to go away. They both tried to attack me. They dragged me with them behind the shop and started physically hitting me and trying to sexually touch me. I screamed and cried and tried to fight back. I got pushed down onto the floor. In front of me was my board. I grabbed onto it and knocked one of them in the head as hard as I could. I then tried to run off. Because I was so hurt though, they still got to me. Luckily, my group came back and heard me screaming. They fought the boys off, and I was left with some severe bruising on my face. I never saw them again after. However, yesterday, now 16, I saw those same boys. I had made more friends since then and had good relationships with some other guys. We were all there when I recognized them. I told my friends we could leave, and they said no. I felt uncomfortable and didn't want to be there. Thankfully, we left later. It was near 11 when we all came back to our hangout spot. We decided to go home and come back out tomorrow, but I didn't really want to. I went home and went straight to bed. For some strange reason, I woke up around 4 and looked around my room. There they were, at the end of my bed. I started panicking and crying. I immediately grabbed my phone and put the torch on, but nothing was there. I stayed up that entire night until it was morning. I think it was some trauma or hallucinations induced by my experience. I'm really scared ever since this incident, and I don't know if I should go out again. I'm 24 years old and female. This is a bit hard for me to write out, but I think it's important to address. My parents split when I was very young. Neither my dad nor my mom really had their act together, which in turn caused me to not have mine together either. From a young age, I was drinking and experimenting with recreational drugs. I was falling into a cycle that my family had always been stuck in. My mother had a tendency to sleep around with anyone that would give her the time of day. This meant inviting some really sketchy guys into our home. I think it's important to mention that she was obviously a drug addict and didn't consider the danger. I had been arrested a few times before the age of 15, either for fighting or underage drinking. I was a real mess. One night, my mom and her occasional boyfriend were waiting up when I stumbled in drunk. This was the moment I realized I needed to change. My boyfriend's mom hit me and then pulled me into another room of the house. My mom started banging on the door, begging him to let me go. To this day, I will still never forget the sinister look in his eyes. It gives me chills just thinking about it. It was the face of someone who wanted to do something bad to me. It was this sketchy little smile that I swear is burned into my brain. He whispered something along the lines of, "I'm about to show you why it's bad to let your mom worry about you." I screamed and he kept coming at me, but I put up a good fight. After a couple moments of struggle, I scratched him across his face. That's when he really became enraged. He began to furiously attack me. Thankfully, my mom had already phoned the police, and he was arrested before anything serious could happen. There was this one cop that was always present whenever I got in trouble. He was around 60 at the time, I think. I remember he was always giving me shit for my behavior. That night, he was there as well. My mom got taken into custody along with her boyfriend, so I was sitting and waiting with him while they were getting my story. Then he said something to me I'll never forget. "I'm really sorry about all of this. I'm sorry, but you're not going home. It's time for you to change. You don't want to end up like her, do you? You want to be somebody, right?" I told him I did want to be somebody. I wanted to break that cycle. I was put into foster care, which was a horrible experience at first. It ended up being just what I needed, though. Me and that cop became best friends until he passed away about a year ago. I always went to him whenever I needed guidance. I'm happy to say I've been a corrections officer for the past 2 years because of him, and I'm pleasured to honor his memory by pursuing a career in law enforcement. Losing me was what my mom needed to get her act together too. She's been sober almost 10 years and remarried to a wonderful guy. Hopefully this story is somewhat encouraging to all of you who feel lost out there. Last night, my roommate and I made a last-minute decision to go night swimming at the river in our city. It was around 8 p.m., so there were still a few people hanging out in the area. It was quite dark, though. About 15 minutes after we got there, I saw a man shining his flashlight, seemingly looking for something near where we'd put our things. I told my roommate, "Hey, keep an eye on that guy." I said it semi-loud. He obviously heard us and scurried away. I began to feel a bit anxious, but I waited a little bit to say something to my roommate. Eventually I did, and we decided to leave. We packed our stuff up and began to walk up the staircase that led to the parking lot. We were using our flashlights to see the steps when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark shadow dodge into some bushes at the top. I stopped, grabbed my roommate's arm, and said, "Nuh-uh, nope." I started walking back down the stairs. I told my roommate what I'd seen when we got to the bottom, and she said it was probably just a tree blowing in the wind. I started getting the strangest feeling in my stomach, though, one I never had before ever. I just knew that if we went back up those stairs, something bad was going to happen to both of us. I stood at the bottom and began to shine my light up at the top, trying to see if I could find anyone there. Sure enough, I saw the outline of a man for a split second. As soon as the light hit him, he ducked behind the bushes again. Obviously, I went into full-blown panic mode. I started looking around for other people, hoping someone could walk us over to our car. Luckily, we found a couple not far from the steps. They walked us, but seemed quite annoyed about it. When we got to the top, the man was nowhere to be seen. A few hours after we got home, I got a notification on my neighbor's app, the Ring doorbell app that sends crime alerts for your area. It said that someone had been stabbed, only a few streets away from where we were. I'm 100% certain this guy's intentions were bad. I don't know if he was planning on kidnapping us or robbing us or what, but I just know something really bad would have happened if I hadn't been paying attention and we walked up those stairs. Not sure if he was the person that stabbed someone, but that notification just served to scare me even more. I still feel sick to my stomach because of all of this. My friend and I are underaged, a little buzzed from party hopping all night. We roll up to Wendy's and ditch the empty bottles of Smirnoff Ice as we wait for our food at 2 a.m. in the drive-thru. I had no idea it was illegal to be out past a certain time if you're under 18 unsupervised. It was past 12 in Arizona. I catch a text from a friend, and she asked me to get her order. We'll meet at this intersection and she'll eat with us. Okay, sounded chill enough. I got to the intersection, and there weren't any gas stations or grocery stores nearby, just some creepy buildings and a dirt lot. I stupidly picked the dirt lot to wait for my friend, who called me. "Hey, I'm at the intersection. Are you okay?" "Oh, I see you. Is that the cops behind you?" Oh no, I discovered the cops in fact were right behind me. Luckily, the car smelled like food and not booze or cigarettes, but obviously the cop would know I was under the influence. I had a large bottle of rum that had already been opened. I tried desperately to hide it under shit from my car before he knocked on my window. He was not stupid though, and it's fucking Arizona. No one gets away with a DUI in Tent City Central. The cop asked me and my friend for our parents' phone numbers. My friend's mom gets a call to come pick her up and gets a verbal lashing from the cop about being underage past curfew. He explained the citation, so I already knew what was coming. I, however, didn't have a voicemail set up on my new Nokia fat phone and refused to give my parents' house phone, back when these were still everywhere. I told him they simply didn't have one, only a cell number. I put it to silent as he repeatedly called. I told him they were probably out with friends themselves. The cop said okay and explained the ticket to me, and I thought I was going to get away scot-free when he told me he was going to follow me home. I made sure to go the speed limit and not make any errors, but I was shitting myself right now. I parked my car out front of my house. My parents' cars were in the closed garage. The house was dark as well. I was thinking it was a success. It looked like no one was home. The cop proceeded to park his car right next to mine. Hey, you could have broke the rules a little while getting home. I wasn't going to pull you over twice now. He followed me to the front door. I unlocked it and nervously said thank you. Instead of ringing the doorbell or doing their famous police officer knock though, he followed me into my home and locked the door behind us. He was talking to me, making small conversation and checking out my living room. I was starting to freeze up because now I was suddenly sensing a very different energy from him. He asked me where my bedroom is and told me to take him to it. Instead, I took him to my parents' room and turned on the light. I was 100% thankful to see my sleepy-eyed parents, shocked to see an armed grown man behind their young daughter. He let out a little breath and whispered in my ear, "You lied to me, sweetheart." He went back into police mode, telling my parents he'd found me out in an illegal time and that I'd need to pay a fine and attend a class as well. It was so embarrassing. I was 18 by the time I had to take the class with a bunch of 12 to 14-year-olds anyway. I never told anyone until now about the comments he made to me. My dad did ask him why he was in our house. I told him I didn't understand that either. He never read me my rights, he just followed me home. Before he left, he said to me, "That's a nice house phone you have right there. Looks new and shiny." That was the last thing he said before letting me go. I can't help but think back to that night and think about what could have happened if I had bad parents who weren't home, or parents who were out of town or something. I know there are good cops out there. I personally know some myself. I go back and forth with being freaked out or thinking maybe he was just being thorough. I don't know. Why don't you let me know what you think? I'm interested in hearing varying opinions. This story happened when I was younger and braver, and did a lot of stupid things without thinking beforehand. It's quite a wild ride, and it's all true as well. I used to work at a pizza shop down the street from 2 p.m. until closing. I usually didn't get off until 11 or so at night because of this. I did have a car, but it was close enough to walk, so I mostly did that to save gas. This particular night, I was doing my usual thing, jamming to one of my playlists and very tired. I was happy to have such a good job though, and generally happy with the way my life was going. Up ahead, about a block or so from my place, I saw a pretty attractive guy in dark clothing walking around. Not with much purpose really. He was taller than me, about 5'10" to 6 foot-ish or so, and had shaggy brown hair. The closer I got to him, the more I could tell he was really good looking. Like even in the dark of night, I could feel myself blushing a little. His features kind of escape me now, but I do remember his hair and thick eyebrows. I took an earbud out, and because I'm from a dangerous city and never really cared about stranger danger, I decided to talk to him a bit. Hey, how's your night going? Oh, it's good, just looking to get drunk. Oh, that I can help with. I've got a mini bar at my place. I live just down the street if you want. That was not exactly verbatim how the conversation went. During the walk back to my place, I didn't really get any red flags from this guy either. He seemed totally normal and was actually pretty nice. I was honestly thinking, wow, through sheer luck I met this super hunky guy that seems cool and fun. I was beside myself, really. We get to my apartment on the second floor. I jump into host mode and offer him to have a seat and make himself comfortable. The apartment was about 640 square feet in total, so it was pretty small. Except for the bathroom, you could pretty much see the rest of the apartment from any area inside. I headed into the kitchen, and while I was pouring the drinks, I glanced back over at him out of curiosity. It was then that I noticed the first red flag. As I was asking him questions, he was more delayed with his answers, especially more so than he was on our walk there. He was starting to act kind of odd. I go back over to the couch, pass him his drink, and sit down next to him. "So, what do you do for work?" I asked. "Oh, I'm not here for sex." He put down his drink on the table. "What do you mean? I'm not here for that either." He stood up. "What you got?" he asked me. His nice guy vernacular and friendly face were now gone. I was having a hard time understanding what he meant by that. I said, "What you got?" The second I stood up, he pushed me backward. I basically got knocked off my feet, hitting the floor but not hard enough to get knocked out or anything. I jumped right back up, but he'd already grabbed my laptop and my work bag. As I started towards him, he cut around me and made his way toward the front door. I was right behind him when he made it outside. I managed to grab a hold of him, and we tussled again in front of the door. Now I shouted out, calling on help from the neighbors. It was late at night though, so no one came. "Please help, I'm being robbed!" The thing is, he had my laptop. Not just any laptop, I hate to admit it, but my entire life was on that computer at the time. Important photos I didn't have backed up, thousands of dollars in music programs, video game programming stuff for a development team I helped, really expensive software. It was in my mind irreplaceable. I gave chase down the stairs across the dog walk park, and as I started to gain on him, we tussled again. The only thing I could focus on was my laptop. I knew I had to, at any cost, get that computer back. That was all I cared about. Somehow I got a grip on it. I tugged at it again. I guess he decided it was not worth all this struggle. He got up and started to take off once again. I realized he still had my work bag, which had my cell phone and my wallet in it. I ran after him again. This time he shouted back at me, "Follow me and I'll stab you again." This made me stop in my tracks as he got away. Underneath a street lamp nearby along the sidewalk, I immediately started to inspect myself. I was stabbed? No way. There was no way that just happened. Then I saw blood running down my leg. I saw blood pouring down my arm too. I saw two places where he cut me real good. I was scared, but the blood made it look worse than it was. I decided that was enough. I got my laptop, and that's all I really needed anyway. I hobbled back home, got inside, and locked my door. I called the cops using my neighbor's friend's phone the next day, and filed a police report explaining the situation, showing the stab wounds. I also declined medical services, since I couldn't afford that at the moment. In the end, all that guy got was a crappy cell phone and a wallet with like $30 in it. The cop called my friend back several days later and said they were not able to find the guy and that they would keep me posted in the future. That was years ago, so I don't know where the robber is now, but I have every electronic thing of importance backed up on multiple drives to this day. I live in a big city. It's not where I pictured living, but finding a job in a small town like the one I grew up in just was not working out. I'd gone to community college a few towns over, since it was the only higher education school within a 50-mile radius. There were not exactly many options. Pretty much no options, actually. I didn't consider moving for school, since I had no money and my parents had only offered to pay for my schooling if I stayed home while attending. They were the extremely controlling type. They even still tried to give me a curfew when I was 20 years old. I put a stop to that mentality pretty quick though. Maybe it was the fact that I'm their only child, but I had to let them know that as an adult, they couldn't tell me everything to do anymore. It was quite hard for them to accept at first, but they learned to respect my boundaries, and I learned that compromise in a situation is sometimes better than arguing. Eventually, I graduated with an associate degree in journalism. I was extremely excited. I knew I didn't want to do anything in the political field. Those journalists are hated so much. I wanted to write about something a little more lighthearted and fun. I wanted to work for a magazine, maybe fashion or something like home decor. It seemed more fun than business or finance or politics, where everything is so deadly serious all the time. The only problem was there were no writing jobs in my area. The only options job-wise were the local grocery store that people started working at when they were teenagers and never left, or the gas station where all the junkies hang out all the time. Neither of those sounded like appealing options exactly. I didn't want to be one of those people that commute 3 hours to work a day either. Since the city was the only real place that had options, I decided I'd move finally. At first, I didn't know where. I'd considered Los Angeles, but all the writing jobs down there were about celebrities. You know, OMG, he went where with her? Such meaningless drivel in my opinion. I thought about Seattle, but then I remembered the awful weather they have up there. Rains all the time. No thanks. That's when I settled on New York City. I found a couple of places that were hiring for writing positions. I was absolutely interested in all of them, and I applied to them all as well. Of course, I was hoping that even one would take me at that moment. I wanted it more than anything in the world. I'd already found a room to rent in an apartment with 3 other girls for a reasonable price, by New York City standards. Everything in me was telling me this was going to be a good thing, but man was I wrong. I don't know if bigger cities just have more creeps or if they're all just really bold, but sheesh, I hated all the unnecessary attention I was constantly getting literally everywhere I went. Even just walking up the street or up the stairs to my apartment, I'd be harassed everywhere. It was uncomfortable and really started to get to me. My roommates all told me it was normal, and if I wanted to live in the city, I'd have to learn to get used to this. That just made me even more angry about it all. That it was something so normal to be experienced there, something to just be brushed off and forgotten about the second it happened. It's not like there was anything I could do about it though. I was too scared to say anything back to those people. I guess I did eventually get used to it, and I learned to ignore it as well. I'd gotten a job for a pretty well-known magazine. I wasn't exactly writing any star articles, but I was excited to be there nonetheless. I got a paid internship. I didn't make much, but the experience and opportunity to learn was worth it. Unfortunately, the harassment didn't stop when I entered the workplace. It was actually somewhat worse. The men in the top positions in the building felt emboldened by their status, and obviously knew no one would do anything to them when they did something anyone else would consider wrong. I found myself in an awful position, in a place where anyone I told would just tell me to keep my mouth shut about it all, and that the stuff I was saying wasn't something anyone talked about. There was this one day, after I'd been working with the company for about 6 months, when I was called into one of the higher-ups' offices. I knocked before entering and was told to come in. I noticed right away he was an older man, probably in his 60s. He sat at a large desk in front of a huge window with the most beautiful view overlooking the city. He must have seen me staring, because he offered to let me stand by him to get a better look. I thought it was a nice gesture. I made my way next to him and stood admiring the city I now called home. He was sitting directly next to me and had turned his chair to join me in looking out the window. That's when I felt it. his hand traveling up my thigh and making its way up the rest of my butt. I don't even know the words to express my feelings in that moment. It was a mixture of a bunch of emotions. I was angry at the fact he felt he could touch me, scared I was alone in the room with this man, and shamed that it had been about 30 seconds and I still hadn't swatted his hand away. I was scared of what would happen when I did. I couldn't let it go on any longer though. I pushed away from him and asked him what he was doing. He pretended not to know what I was referring to, and like I had made the whole thing up. After arguing with him for a couple of minutes, I decided going to HR was my best option. I made my way to the elevator and pressed the floor I was going to. The second the doors closed, I burst out crying. The elevator dinged and signaled it was my stop. I got out and made my way to the office, where an older woman was sitting behind the desk. I told her there was something I wanted to report, and she very bluntly told me that if it had anything to do with the guy who had just touched me, there was no point, and I should get back to work. I was confused how she knew that's what I was there for, but eventually I understood. I wasn't the only person he'd done this to. I wasn't the only person who'd come to HR to try and report him either. I was always told that whenever something like this happens, to tell someone about it to get help if I needed it. There I was trying to do exactly that, and the person who was supposed to help me was adamant to drop it. The next day, I was called into his office again. I was only an intern, and whenever the other male interns were called in, he would only ask for coffee or for them to run some paperwork. When he asked for me, I would always ask one of the guys to go for me. I was scared of that man and what he might do if I stepped into his office again. Later that day, I got an email from him. It said something like, "The next time I ask for you, it better be you who comes. Don't forget, I can end your career in the city before you can even blink." It was intimidating. Of course it was intimidating. There I was, a 21-year-old girl, faced with a man telling me he was going to ruin my career if I didn't do what he asked. The next day, obviously he asked for me again. I entered his office and stayed right by his door, so I couldn't give him away to get close to me, and I had a quick exit if needed. He began telling me about articles the magazine had published the day before. He sounded weird though. The way he talked wasn't his usual manner of speaking. He began to stutter and his body was shaking. I only realized what he'd been doing when he let out a loud moan and rolled his head back. Yeah, he was doing exactly what you think. I yelled at him that he was disgusting and ran out as fast as I could. Honestly, I didn't care about that internship at that point. I didn't care about anything that man had to say about me around the city. I could find another job somewhere else if I had to move. I didn't care, but I wouldn't let him get away with what he was doing. I went to the police and they told me that without proof there wasn't anything they could do. I filed a report anyways. I went back to the apartment and told my roommates what happened. Of course, they were as creeped out and disgusted as me, but shockingly told me to keep the internship. They said the job was so good that having to put up with one pervy man was worth it. I tried complaining to HR again, this time insistent I be moved to a different floor. I was willing to try to find a new job, but I kind of needed this one to pay rent while I looked for a different one. I was moved a few floors down, and for the next couple of weeks after that I had no issues. That's when the emails started coming in. They were always from a new anonymous email address, and every single one always contained a nude photo, always from the same person. Unfortunately, I could tell. I informed the police, who again told me there was nothing they could do. I started hating everything about that city. I hated how everyone told me this was normal and I should put up with it. I wanted someone to listen to me and agree that what I was going through was not okay. I knew who was sending me those photos, and I couldn't take it anymore. I sent an email to everyone in the office detailing what had happened to me. I explained everything I went to and how many times I'd tried to report it to HR, and they did nothing to help me. Then I quit. For the next few days, I got emails from other women in the office telling me they had experienced the same or similar things with the man who had touched me. I was mad that no one would do anything about it, but at least everyone knew now. I never went back, so I never saw the fallout from my email myself. I hope he got what he deserved, although I know he probably didn't. I found a job at a different company that I adore working at. I'm treated great and can gladly say I've not experienced anything like that since. To any woman out there who's going through or has gone through something similar, and they feel like there's no one out there who understands or who listens, just know you're not alone. I had a freaky encounter when I was in high school. Although this happened many years ago, I still remember it just as if it had occurred yesterday. It wasn't the first day of fall, but it was definitely the first day that felt like fall, if you know what I mean. I was in school on a Monday. I lived in town, so I walked to and from school. Upon first stepping outside, I noticed two things. The leaves had started falling from the trees, and there was a cold breeze in the air. The sky was overcast as well. I went back inside and quickly grabbed my jacket, knowing I would need it today. It was such an odd day. It's almost like I didn't really feel like I'd woken up at all. I guess that's the only way I can describe how I felt. Everything was just off. I couldn't really pay attention in class, and spent almost all class looking out the window, watching the leaves fall down. I felt like it was going to rain soon. The clouds in the sky were very dark, and the wind was picking up during the day. It was during my 5th class that I noticed someone. It wasn't unusual to see people walking along the sidewalk in front of the school during the day. What was unusual, though, was to see someone pacing back and forth in front of the school. If pacing was even the correct word for this. There was a tall man, very slender. He was dressed almost like a hiker. He had on boots and a backpack and just kept walking back and forth. He'd walk from one end of the sidewalk of the block my school was on, turn around and walk completely back to the other side. He just repeated this over and over and over, several times. All the way till I was done with the class even. I found it so odd and even a bit creepy. It put images of him as a possible sexual predator into my head. I assumed if this was really the case though, he wouldn't be making it so obvious. I tried to just put him out of my mind as I went to lunch. He could just be a purely normal guy having a walk to think to himself or something. The first class after my lunch was also in front of the school though. Sure enough, when I went to my class, the pacer was still there. He was walking back and forth on the block looking at the school. I was surprised, as I really had put him out of my mind. I would have thought that anyone else who had been pacing in front of the public school for hours on end would have been talked to by a passing police car or something by now. That must have meant they'd decided there was nothing wrong with the guy. I was still disconnected from the day though. This time I was less daydreaming though, and wondering what this strange man was up to, if he indeed was up to anything at all. I just couldn't get it out of my head for the entire time I was in that class. I don't think I heard a single word my teacher said. When it ended, I still couldn't get that weird person out of my head. I went off to my next class still wondering. After school, I had play practice. I stayed later than most of the other students to help another actor practice his lines. By the time I was ready to leave, the sun had already begun to set. The school looked completely deserted. There was a light mist in the air as well, although it had not yet rained. I left out the side door of the school and walked on the sidewalk that led back behind the school. I had to walk that way in order to get home. It was quite damp out, and the leaves were blowing hard in the wind. I knew I'd feel a lot better when I got home. Only, when I looked up ahead of me, I saw what looked like the very same guy from earlier. The pacer was somehow still around, and he was walking on the sidewalk in my direction. I began to feel a little bit uneasy. Still though, I realized this guy didn't know me or anything. He also didn't acknowledge me, and didn't seem to look at me as I walked on. For some reason, he still made me feel very uncomfortable. I couldn't explain exactly why. I felt something so off about this guy, I decided to avoid him. I went slightly out of my way, and turned on the street that led into the neighborhood beside the school. I wanted to walk around the block and get back to the street I was on further down. I was still feeling something uncomfortable though. I felt like I was being watched or followed perhaps. It was irrational, but I felt it so strongly. I turned around and looked behind me to check, only to be surprised that the pacer had turned down the very same street I was on and was now following me. I chalked it up to a coincidence. He surely just happened to turn down the same street as me. When I got to the end of the block, I turned right. When I'd gotten halfway up the street, I once again felt a need to look over my shoulder. Sure enough, he was still right behind me. There was a faint possibility it was still a coincidence. However, when I made a third turn and headed back to the street the school was on, he turned again. That showed me he was following me. Then, when the street came up, I turned halfway down the block and looked over my shoulder, only to see he was indeed following me. I decided to run back to the school. As soon as I began to run, however, I slipped forward on a wet leaf and fell face first onto the sidewalk. I got knocked silly. Suddenly, I felt someone grab me from behind. Immediately, I knew it was that pacing guy. I tried to pull away, but he kept a solid grip on my arms. I was basically still on my hands and knees anyway. Then, the guy started whispering to me that I needed a new arm. I didn't know what he meant, but he was really hurting me. I wasn't a weakling though, and once I'd finally returned to my bearings, I was able to flip over and kick him away from me with my feet. The man didn't even fall over. He just stopped trying to pick me up. Then he grabbed his backpack and held it in front of him. Opening it up, I smelled the most revolting stench I'd ever smelled in my entire life. He reached into it. However, before he pulled anything out of it, the porch light of the house we were in front of came on. A man rushed out of the house with an aluminum baseball bat in his hand and threatened the man to get away from me. It took a few moments, but he eventually put his backpack on and turned around and left. Once he was gone, the man from the house came out and helped me up. He even gave me a ride home. I never saw that pacing man again. I always wondered what he meant about needing a new arm and what he could have been reaching for in that backpack. This happened to me when I was 14. I'm 34 now. This is a story about a relative of mine. Let's just call her Mrs. A. When I was a child, Mrs. A's husband unfortunately passed away. She used to be very talkative, friendly, and outgoing. However, after the loss of her husband, her personality changed quite quickly. She became very quiet and distant, and eventually we drifted apart. One night, towards the end of basketball practice, I think it was around 8:30 or so, I was surprised to see Mrs. A there, standing at the gym doors. Although I hadn't seen her for a few years now, I instantly recognized her at a first glance. I told one of the teachers she was a relative of mine. The teacher acknowledged this and walked over to talk to her. They began a conversation, and the teacher walked back to me with a very serious look on his face. I was speechless. "She's come to take you to the hospital. I think something happened to your father, so you should go with her." I was mortified, needless to say. I jumped into her car and we pulled away from the school, speeding down the dark streets. I began to ask Mrs. A many questions. "Where's my dad's hospital? What happened? Is he all right?" I was quite shocked though when she responded with simple, cold-blooded answers, not really trying to comfort me at all. She was solely focused on driving, and I felt no warmth from her at all. We were headed into the suburbs. The further we drove away, the more suspicious it started to become. We were driving out into a rural area, and we were reaching the mountains. I knew that all the main hospitals were in the city. Once you started heading towards these mountainous ranges, there weren't any hospitals at all. At least not until the next city over, which is very far away. Every time I started talking to her and asking her more questions, she would reply with a single cold, blunt answer. I started to wonder if the woman driving this car was really my relative at all. No longer driving on city roads, shops and houses were getting scarcer and scarcer. I knew that before long, we would be really far out into the countryside. I saw the light of a home center up ahead. It was still open. I quickly told her that I'd forgotten something, and I really had to step out and call my teacher quickly. I asked her if she could do me a favor and pull over for a second. I really needed to speak to him right now. It absolutely could not wait. Somehow, after a bit of conversing, I managed to persuade her to pull over at the home center. I walked out in a hurry, trying to appear as calm as possible, and entered the center. I waited in a spot I couldn't easily be seen on the inside, and I peeked out through the store's window. I saw Mrs. A's car in the parking lot. She wasn't in the driver's side though. She was already walking towards the store. I can't explain it, but I just had this terrible feeling as I saw her approaching. I ran to the other side and sprinted through the exit doors, watching the streets carefully. Luckily, a taxi was approaching. I ran in front of their car to get them to stop swiftly, and I told them my address. While I was on the way back home, the whole time I was worried about my father. When I finally arrived home, my mom paid the taxi fare. I walked into my house and saw my father right there, sat down in the living room drinking a beer and watching TV. "What's wrong? What's with that look on your face?" he said. I explained to him what just happened, and his face turned pale. He looked terribly concerned. Apparently, when Mrs. A's husband had passed away, eventually she suffered a nervous breakdown and complete psychotic break. She was admitted into the hospital, and she lost contact with the family. Many family members grew quite worried about her behavior. My father said that because she didn't have her own children, she was always alone. Perhaps that affected her mental state. My father called her home phone number. In those days, mobile phones weren't too common. Then, my father called Mrs. A's family. Her mother answered and told us Mrs. A had been absent from her part-time job today. They were just about to call around and ask where she was. The next day, the police searched her home. In their report, they noted that her purse and various other items were still left there. They were at a loss as to the location of Mrs. A and her car, and what was going on here. They did find lots of empty cans, bottles of alcohol, and prescription drugs. It's now been about 20 years, and we haven't heard or seen Mrs. A at all. No one knows her whereabouts either. Perhaps I was the last person to see her through that window, walking towards the home center. Due to the long period of time that's passed, nothing can really be discovered further about this situation, nor the reasons behind her attempted abduction of me. I can't imagine what could have happened to me on that day if I didn't get out of that car right there and then. Where was she planning on taking me? Why was she planning on taking me? I wonder sometimes if she's still out there, perhaps watching me. I have so many unanswered questions. This story took place 3 years ago when I was in 6th grade. I always loved watching my school plays ever since I was in 4th grade. I attended drama club and/or theater at the time. We were preparing for a play which was The Wonderful World of Oz. I played a small part in this, which was as a jitterbug. We were all waiting in the singing room for our instructions on what we were going to be practicing that day. In the room, I would always hang out with either the other kids in my grade or the older kids. There had always been a tree in front of our school, which was planted in remembrance of the previous drama director. It became sort of an urban legend at my school. Some said his body was buried right under the tree. Of course, that's just stuff kids say, and no one knew for sure if this was true. I'll be honest, I really didn't believe it. Some even said he haunted the theater. They said that when a play was occurring, sometimes he could be seen in the top row of seats sitting down and watching. I never believed that either. Despite me loving scary rumors, I didn't believe in the supernatural at all. It just sounded stupid, you know? One night when we had gone to practice for the play a bit, not a lot of people were there at the time for whatever strange reason. Since I didn't really have anyone to talk to, I started reading a book instead. I had brought it with me in case I got too bored, and I was grateful to have it in this instance. That's when one of the other kids who was in my grade tapped on my shoulder and said that he wanted to show me something. I asked him what he wanted me to check out, and he said he thought he may have seen someone in the band room, which was, by the way, directly next to the singing room. You could look into the room through the window of the door which connected the two rooms together. He looked to be seriously frightened. He said he'd seen someone in that room for sure, but the teacher was gone, and he didn't know who it could be in that instance. Not to mention the freakiest part of all, the doors to the room were locked. The band teacher always locked it up after they left that area. It was a bit unnerving, but I wasn't scared just yet. Since he kept asking me though, I decided to check it out for him and ease his fears a bit. I peered through the door's window, thinking it was just a prank or he was scared of shadows or something. People at this school always loved to play tricks on each other. I thought maybe this was one of them. I went down to the small short hallway where the door was. I looked through the window. At first, I didn't see anything. Then though, as I turned my head and started checking out the rest of the room, that's when I saw someone there. There looked to be a very tall man standing next to the door that led to the instrument room. What was even weirder was that the door was wide open. Again, all those doors were usually locked at night. The only details I could make out about that person, since it was very dark and no lights were on in that area, was that the man was tall and appeared to be wearing a fedora or some type of hat. I was scared, wondering how this man had gotten in. I wanted to call the police or something, but at the time I didn't have a phone to do so. The guy who'd asked me to check it out was standing back at the end of the hallway. He asked me if I'd seen anything. I turned towards him to answer, and stupidly I told him no. He was already scared enough, and I didn't want him to freak out and alert the man or something. He sighed with relief and said thanks. I told him it was no problem. I was about to sit down in the room and take a moment to think. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by a prop or something. I decided to look one more time just to be sure though. I looked around and didn't see the man at all anymore. As I looked towards the TV area though, I thought I could see him hiding behind it. I nearly screamed. It felt like I'd become paralyzed. I couldn't move or even think. The only question in my mind was how was this guy doing this and how was he here? The creepiest part was his smile though. It wasn't necessarily an intentionally creepy smile or something, but it was still one that brought shivers to my spine. It was like a welcoming and friendly one, but that's when I heard him say something, the words that still creep me out to this day. "Come over here, child. Let's practice together." I was freaking terrified. I had no idea what to do. Maybe I was just having a nightmare, like I used to do when I was a child. I was so scared I closed my eyes and counted to 10. I opened them, and as soon as I did, I screamed at the top of my lungs. He was right in front of me. Through the window, I could see him wearing a clown-like attire and makeup on his face. He was pressing it against the window, doing that god-forsaken smile. I thought he was about to try and break the glass and do something terrible to me. Before anything else happened, though, one of the high schoolers came to check up on me. He tapped my shoulder and asked if I was okay. I screamed as soon as he touched me, thinking somehow the man had gotten around behind me. Instinctively, I turned around as fast as I could back to the door window. I was relieved a bit, because now nothing was there. The high schooler asked me what happened and why I screamed. I didn't lie this time. I told him the full truth. He decided to go look for himself. I told him he shouldn't do so, but he ignored me. I waited to hear him scream or gasp in surprise or something as he realized I was telling the truth, but he never did so. Apparently, the man was no longer there. We went back to the group to continue practicing, and for the rest of the night, nothing weird happened. No matter how hard I tried, I kept thinking and even dreaming about that scary clown. I told my mom about it, but she told me I must have just been seeing things that night. I don't know, it's way too real for that. Either way, I did my best to try and forget it. This happened a couple of weeks ago. A little background first though. I'm 16 years old and I look older than I actually am. I walk to school every day. On this particular day, it was very dark outside. I had started my walk at about 6 o'clock in the morning. This was around the time that killer clowns were all over the news. I remember brushing it off and thinking that if any of those guys messed with me, I would take them on and kick their ass. I was walking to school and getting ready to go under the underpass. Over me, a train was crossing. I've always had a fear this thing would collapse once I was underneath it, so I always waited for the train to go by before I continued. As I was waiting for the train to finish going over, I heard a tree branch snap somewhere behind me. I looked behind me and around me. On either side of the road was dark woods. I looked around, scanning the trees, when I noticed a bright red color. Around these parts, it was common to see some homeless people in their little camps for the night. I thought this might be someone's tent or something, so I turned back towards the underpass and started to ignore it. I waited for the train to exit. I didn't realize how long the train was going to be though, so I ended up waiting far longer than I usually did. I was staring at my phone, reading some texts and playing some games, and that's when I heard those footsteps behind me again. I turned around. My heart pounded so hard I thought I was going to die. I saw someone in a clown costume with a baseball bat in his hand. Of course, I started freaking out. I was praying the train would end already, but it didn't. It was just so long. I didn't have time to wait for it any longer. I closed my eyes and ran underneath. I kept running and running until I got to town. I stopped at a restaurant. Inside, there was only one other person. It happened to be the only employee there at the time. I quickly told them everything that happened. I admit I was pretty scared, so it was all coming out in a jumbled mess. They just laughed at me. I was too scared to finish walking to school by myself, so I called my mom to come pick me up. I tried to tell her what happened, but she didn't believe me either. After that day, I stopped walking to school. I don't know if it was a prank or what. All I know is that I thought my life was in danger from this creepy clown. The most sickening feeling I ever got came from knowing the man must have been watching my house, waiting to see when I would come out and go for my daily jog just before dusk. I wondered how many days he must have been watching to know the house would be empty and that time window he used to break into my home would be optimal, just a 20-minute sliver of time. Once I arrived home that day, it took me a few minutes to even figure out what had happened. When I got home, my heart was already pounding, and my body was covered in cool sweat. My mind was racing before I even saw the broken window in my laundry room. It was tucked in the far corner of the house, a floor-level window, the perfect entry point. I wondered if whoever this intruder was had already cased my house a couple of times. Maybe when I was still home or even asleep in the middle of the night even. I couldn't think of a reason why they thought my house was a particularly attractive target. I have almost nothing of value, and I'm a very modest person. What happened was a burglar had broken into my home, stolen some of my fake jewelry, an old bottle of antibiotics, and a broken iPhone. All in all, the value of everything taken was probably just under $100 tops. What they had accomplished, though, was shattering my trust in the world more than anything else. As they say, the best things in life are free. After realizing what happened, I gave the rest of the house a quick look over as I talked to the 911 dispatcher and had him relay the cops towards my home. I waited out front for them to arrive. Law enforcement didn't exactly present me with any revelations I didn't already know. Someone broke in, stole some items, and ran out, all in the span of just a few minutes while I was out on my jog. They were going to keep eyes out and ears open for anything suspicious, but that's about all they could do. At the moment, at least a couple of them were nice enough to stick around and board up the broken window for me. They also recommended some cheaper but non-sketchy motels I could check into for a while if I didn't want to stay in the house for a couple of nights. Most kindly, one of the officers even offered to help me set up a video security system he had but didn't need anymore. He said it could be installed in 20 minutes. It was basically just a glorified baby monitor, but it was great to keep an eye on your place if you weren't there. Just place it next to the big floor-level window to scare off anyone sizing up the place. He ran home and brought it back and hooked it up in my house, while some other officers helped me patch up the window. I thanked them for being so kind to me and turned down the motel idea. My boyfriend Jacob would be over in an hour or two anyway, and that was enough to make me comfortable enough to stay in the home that night. I knew it was probably just some desperate tweaker willing to bust in for $100 worth of stuff, and likely they would not come back again. The police confirmed that they thought so as well. I just asked if one of them could park out front until my boyfriend got home. They agreed, and Jacob arrived around 9 p.m. The night moved on, and I told him all the details. He didn't seem to be particularly concerned. He agreed with my initial assessment, although he did keep his hunting shotgun right next to my bed, just in case the person decided to come back. It wasn't easy, but I was eventually able to fall asleep. I got a few hours of the sweet embrace of slumber before the quick sound of a text message coming to my phone shook me awake. I groaned and walked to the bathroom to relieve myself. I forgot about the text by the time I got back to bed, and I didn't check it. I wish I had checked that message, though. I checked the message first thing in the morning. It was from my mom. I had avoided telling her what happened because I knew she would freak out and drive all the way from Sacramento in the middle of the night just to comfort me. All that would do was make me more freaked out. Apparently, Jacob had posted a photo of his shotgun resting next to the bed with a little bit of a story to it. My mom saw this on social media and started texting me at 1 a.m. Her first text was actually very helpful and something Jacob and I should have thought about the night before. I saw Jacob's post about what happened. I'm sorry that happened to you. Did you make sure the police checked every inch of your house to make sure the guy isn't still there? My mom actually had a great point. I never asked the cops just how much they'd scoured the house. They just said he'd ran off sometime before I got home, and that was it. Jacob and I had not really done a thorough job of checking either. I woke up Jacob and told him we needed to search everywhere in the house. He was tired and unhappy, but agreed to do it with a shotgun in hand. What we found underneath my bathroom sink horrified me. There was a large cabinet directly underneath the sink in the bathroom of my bedroom, about the size of a washing machine. I had never really thought about it until now. I didn't use it normally either. I casually pulled the cabinet open, almost as an afterthought. It was immediately overtaken by the hideous scent of male BO. I started coughing as I looked away, and my eyes connected with Jacob, who had a look of alarm on his face I had never seen before. I followed Jacob's eyes and the stench to the space below the sink, where I saw a filthy jean jacket and what looked like human excrement. There were also the bottles of pills which had been missing. We called the cops and had the house 100% searched. Nothing turned up, but the cop who gave me the video system pointed out we should review the footage to see if anything happened during the night. Jacob and I watched the footage on my laptop with a few cops hanging over our shoulders. I was almost frozen in fear, despite the sheer amount of armed men in the room whose job it was to protect me. We had set up the cameras in 3 different areas, so we had 3 different shots we could watch of what happened. One in my bathroom, one in my bedroom, and one in the living room which fed out into the front driveway of the house. As we watched the footage, it started with the camera set up in my bedroom. The angle the camera provided showed my bedroom through the open door. A timestamp said it was just after 3 a.m. when movement finally started to happen. Jacob and I were sleeping in our bed, and we watched in horror as the dark figure of a man stretched himself out from underneath the bathroom sink in the other camera. He took a moment to steady himself in the bathroom before he slowly walked into our bedroom. He walked right up to my bed where Jacob and I were sleeping. He just stopped at the foot of our bed and stood there for a good 20 seconds, staring at us as we slept. He then walked out of the bedroom door. We watched the intruder simply walk out the front door at that point. He even somehow locked the front door on his way out. The whole thing had a strange feeling of politeness to it, but it was in no way friendly. It would have been much better had the intruder rifled through all my stuff or stolen all my things. Heck, it might have been better if he had attacked me hiding under the sink where I had brushed my teeth and washed my face just a few hours before, than walking away and disappearing. That was the worst thing he could have possibly done. This felt so much more personal than opportunistic, like maybe this was all planned. I never stayed another night in that house. I moved a couple of towns over into a secure apartment building with heavy security. Still though, I could never sleep easy at night, even if Jacob and his shotgun were by my side. I've done my best to fight through it. My new apartment had a little compartment beneath the sink as well, and when I moved in my first night in the new apartment, I had Jacob come over with tools from work and take that hinge off. I feel a certain comfort each night when I'm able to kick my feet into that open space while I brush my teeth. It does just a little bit to calm my nerves, but it will never be quite the same again. So, we're at this camper near Dover Lights in Arkansas. Not the fanciest campsite, but we managed to find this guy that spends a lot of time out there while also working, so he just vacations in the woods half the year. The guy offered to let my friend watch the place while he went to visit his son. Of course, my friend automatically invited me and some other people to come hang out with him, and we all spent a few days there drinking, smoking, fishing, and just messing around. All in all, it was pretty okay. That is, until my female friend got super drunk and barged outside in the middle of the night buck naked to eat beans by the handful out of a cold pot. As someone who admires cleanliness, I followed her out and tried to make sure she didn't hurt herself or something, while everyone else just sat there laughing at her. So there she is, covered in beans, and I'm trying to convince her to settle down and clean herself up with a towel or something. Suddenly, though, her head shoots up like a deer in the headlights. She just glares at the trees around us. We were alone, and it was pitch black. She glared before literally growling, then sprinting off into the woods. I had no idea what to do. I'd completely lost sight of her, and she was naked in the woods all by herself. After a few failed attempts to call out to her, I did the stupidest thing I could have done. I followed her all alone, about 5 meters into the complete darkness. I looked down, and I noticed a faint light. As I looked closer, I noticed it was someone's phone. I picked it up, and saw it was already in camera mode. There were pictures of all of us, very recently taken pictures, all in this creepy night vision mode, some looking like they were taken from the window of the camper even. The last one was of my friend, running directly towards the camera. Realizing what happened, I deleted those pictures and stomped the phone on a rock, crushing the screen with my foot. Still unable to find my friend, and freaking out, I doubled back to the camper. I knew I was going to need to ask for help, only I found her right there, still very drunk in a lawn chair, still naked as well. I grabbed her and carried her back inside. I let her boyfriend towel her off, and they both passed out spooning on the bottom bunk. I never did tell them what really happened, and she didn't remember in the morning either. I did lock the door and wake up every hour though, just to keep an eye on things. Luckily, nothing else ever happened. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana-Wyoming area. I decided to go up there with her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure there are no contaminants. I thought that sounded kind of fun, and I wanted to do a bit of a tour and spend some time with her anyway. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed up all our gear and saddlebags and started out. The first night and day was amazing. Beautiful scenery, amazing air quality. It really was so peaceful out there. We started out on the second day. My cousin asked, "Hey, you want to see something weird?" Of course, I said yes. She led me up on a bit of a side journey into this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path. We went down, and at the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounted and told me to get off my horse as well. We tied them up in this little clearing, and she told me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio as well. It was one of those that you could plug in or wind up, and it also acted as an emergency lantern if you really needed it to. That kills the batteries very quickly though. As we walked further, out in the middle of nowhere there was just this huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring, the kind you'd see for a house or something. It trailed off into the brush and trees. Naturally, I decided to follow this wire out of curiosity. My cousin trailed behind me as I did. This wire, after seemingly coming straight up from the ground, I could see was strung across the limbs of trees, then back to the ground, snaking around rocks and various things. As we continued to follow it, it finally dead-ended into an outlet that was mounted on the side of a desk. It looked like a school teacher's desk, like the kind you would see when I was growing up. It had a metal base and a pseudo-wood plastic top thing. No chair, no building, nothing. Just this weird outlet and this desk in the middle of nowhere. I was staring confused as all hell at this random desk with an outlet in the middle of a forest. That was when my cousin took the radio, pulled out the cord, and then plugged it into the outlet. It lit up and started blaring static. The wire was being fed electricity from somewhere. Now, the place we were at had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around either. Yet here was this live outlet. It was weird as hell. There was no spooky jump scares or bodies, just one lone power desk in the middle of the woods. It was quite strange, and a little bit creepy as well. There's this abandoned asylum in Northville, Michigan, that my friends and I explored 3 times. This is the story of the 3rd time and final time that we ever broke in. I still get chills every time I remember this night. The first 2 times we went to the asylum were actually more interesting than creepy. We went to explore both times, and we happened to run into some very friendly people there as well. The first time we ran into another group of high school kids, really scared the crap out of them at first. The second time we met a couple of stoner Vietnam vets that gave us a big tour of the place. It was an entire complex, complete with underground tunnels, a morgue, and lots of things from the 50s left over. This time, however, we were completely alone and only had 2 flashlights between 3 people. Much like the guy with the story about the World War II base, the echoing footsteps sounded like they were coming from behind you there and always seemed to take one more step after you stopped. After exploring much of the asylum with this creepy ambiance and being considerably creeped out now, we already decided to head back to the main building. It was about 18 stories tall, and the view from the top was really good. It was by far the tallest building anywhere remotely close. You could see Detroit from up there practically. As we were nearing the top of the seemingly endless stair corridors, that's when the girl that was with us froze up and whispered for us to stop. "I can hear footsteps," she whispered. I tried to tell her it was just our footsteps echoing like before, but when both of them made me shut up and listen, I could hear it clear as day. The unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from the top floor. Now, the building was really tall, but very small area-wise. We were very close to the sounds because of this. Still standing on the stairs, we whispered amongst us about what we were to do about this. My very stupid friend insisted it was probably just another friendly person like the other 2 times, and we should go up and say hello. I tried to explain to him that you don't want to meet the kind of people pacing on the top floor of an old asylum in the middle of the night. We couldn't convince him though. He went to head upstairs. I said screw this and started running back down though. Fortunately, he followed us, and we got out of there without ever finding who was walking up there that night. To top it all off, a cop passing by on the road spotted us after coming out of the building. We had to run back into the complex to get away. I still think back to that night sometimes and wonder who it was up there. There were definitely no guards, so I think it was either somebody in a gang or the tortured soul of a crazy person. Either way, it was way too close for comfort. My most vivid memory of the late 90s was the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal, not because of the scandal itself, but because of the coverage of it. I remember my parents were pissed off at Clinton and kept calling him the deadbeat president. I couldn't watch any TV because they had the news running non-stop. We lived in Maryland, and my dad knew somebody who knew President Clinton personally. They were getting the details about what was going on behind the scenes. To clarify, my dad worked for the DOD at the time. Clinton being removed from office would have resulted in some kind of power shift and his direct superior being promoted. What did I care though? I was just a kid and wanted to watch Rocco's Modern Life. I remember my parents inviting over about 10 people, and while they had loud conversations downstairs as the TV was playing, I was up in my room being a bitter kid. My parents wouldn't even let me take the smaller black and white TV out of the closet. It's not like I could get it to tune in on the channel I wanted to watch anyway though. I was sitting in my bed listening to one of my cassette tapes, trying to drown out the annoying, serious adult conversation taking place downstairs. That was when I happened to glance out the window and down into the backyard. I could see a man I didn't recognize there, moving across the yard quite quickly in the dark. He was avoiding all the patches of light cast by the downstairs windows. I got out of bed and looked out my window a bit closer at him. I remember he was bald and very tall, taller than my dad even. I figured he was just one of the guests that were visiting. Who cares what he was doing in our backyard? I watched him more out of boredom than anything else. The man cautiously came closer to the home, peering into the ground floor windows. I was about to go over to my dresser and flip my cassette tape over when the man tossed something about the size of a video cassette into our doghouse. Now, our dog Jim had died just a few weeks before. I didn't like this strange man touching the doghouse for any reason, so like the obnoxious kid I was, I walked out into the landing and called out to my parents below. The tone of my voice left no doubt I was unhappy and wanted the situation to be resolved immediately. I remember the silence that followed, lasting way longer than I would have liked it to. "What man are you talking about?" my mother called back up to me from down below. Everyone became quiet, and all I could hear was the TV. To this day, I've still never seen my dad move quite so fast as he did that night. He shot up the stairs, grabbed me up, and ran back down. My mom and the other house guests followed behind. We all had to wait at the neighbor's house across the street while the police and the bomb squad came. I don't think I realized the severity of this situation until I was much older. At the time, I was more annoyed than afraid. I was asked to share everything I saw. The only way I could describe the man, though, was saying he looked like Captain Picard. I wasn't the best at descriptions. I don't remember most of what happened next. We eventually got back into our house. My dad died of blood poisoning in 2005, and my mom passed away of natural causes soon after. They never told me exactly what that package was, whether it was a bomb or a threat of some kind, but it was definitely something very serious. I remember the police coming back all the time and showing me pictures of possible suspects. I don't remember ever identifying the stranger in our backyard that night. I live in Vermont now, and I really have no ties to the people my parents knew, but at least I have a creepy story for the ages that always entertains people at parties. This is a story of someone I knew and had to cut ties with because he was a fucking psycho. The first half will be to add context as to why I cut him off, and the second half is what makes it really scary. I don't know if he uses Reddit or any other social media, so I'll omit ages and locations. It started about 4 years ago when I was living in a friend's house while attending a nearby university. It was myself, my friend, his sister, and their parents. Roughly 2 weeks into staying there, my friend's sister invited her boyfriend to stay at the house too. By all accounts, he was a pretty cool guy at first, very sociable and full of great stories. We often sat around the table for drinks and talked about life or had a smoke together in the garden. Within the first month though, as he started to get more comfortable, cracks started to appear in this veneer. He would rant about government conspiracies all the time, how he was always a wronged party. He was big into this Sigma male bullshit and martial arts and stuff, and oh boy did he have a temper. He had this big dog he always kept in a cage that was extremely violent whenever he wasn't around. The dog attacked his girlfriend and had to be put down. That's when he started to guilt trip her, and the ranting became incessant. About 2 months later, he had the bright idea to live in a shipping container, mainly because the parents wanted him to leave by now. He dragged his girlfriend along for the ride. I'm not talking about one of those chic little restoration jobs. This was a rented container in a storage yard on the outskirts of town. That was what they were living in. He would intimidate and threaten the staff there constantly until they called the police on him. This, of course, became another conspiracy to him. He became increasingly abusive to his girlfriend, to the point where the family had to get involved and get her out of there. I remember I had to stick close to him and pretend to be his friend until we could safely get her out. They broke up, which he then blamed me for, claiming I had poisoned her against him to make her mine. Thankfully, she has a new partner now, and they're very happy together. We all blocked that psycho on everything possible, but he continued to harass the family until eventually he disappeared. At least we thought so. Fast forward to last year, and I started to receive messages over social media from several different accounts. I blocked each one immediately when I discovered who it was. Some were friendly, some were hostile. One of the profiles even pretended to be someone I knew from university. That one did trick me. We talked about life and how things were going. Eventually, I was invited to a house party by them, claiming it was a free house and plenty of people were coming. I booked the time off work, made my travel plans, and kept talking to this friend about the coming date of the party. I mentioned it to my friend's sister, who was interested in going herself. That was until I mentioned the address, and she completely panicked. The address in question was a property belonging to the crazy ex's father that was scheduled for sale, and therefore would not have many people around. I waited until the day of and called the police to check the property, claiming I suspected a break-in. They found 5 people there, including the ex. Parked out front was a butcher's van, equipped for food storage, a collection of knives, hammers, and rope as well. I'm glad I didn't go, because I'm pretty sure I know what they wanted to do to me. This happened about 20 years ago when I was in high school. Our family had just moved into a brand new building. Every day was full of excitement in our new place. We used to live in a very small apartment, but our new one was very spacious. It was absolutely amazing to me. The new place was on the ground floor, and it even came with a garden as well. I just loved it. Opposite our garden was another big apartment. We could look outside and see people coming and going up and down the corridors to their homes. After a few weeks, though, my mother idly remarked, "Oh, the underwear I hung out to dry in the garden is gone. Do we have an underwear thief or something?" Because we live on the ground floor and the wall is quite big, I thought there was no way someone could have jumped over it and into our garden. It was way too high. Maybe they used a stick or a long pole with a hook or something to steal it off the line. I just know I didn't really want to think about it too much. One day, when I went out into the garden though, I could see a man on the 3rd or 4th floor in the building opposite to us. He was stood completely still, just blankly staring over at me. He looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a sweatshirt, a tracksuit, and was very casual looking. He began walking down the corridor towards the stairs. He was going very slowly and kept eerily staring at me the whole time he was going. I was freaked out by his dead stare. A chill went up my spine, and eventually I couldn't bear to be in his sights anymore. I went back into my house and hid in my bedroom. Something about his staring felt so perverse. After this incident, we stopped drying our laundry in the garden. Sometime later, though, I noticed something. Something had been dropped in our garden. I took a bit of a closer look, and I noticed it was a set of tweezers. They weren't the everyday kind, though. They looked like they were the ones from a hospital or something, kind of like forceps. You know, the kind they use in operations. They had grips on their handles, and they were really long. Of course, they didn't belong to anyone in my family. No one knew who they belonged to or where they'd come from. At this point, we'd noticed 3 weird things happening. The underwire going missing, the stranger staring at me, and now this big pair of tweezer-like things. It felt like someone was spying on our family, but for what purpose? Several days after I found the tweezers, the doorbell rang. My mother went to answer. I was at school at the time. A man was stood at the front door. My mother asked him what he wanted, and he replied in a kind of shy demeanor. "I dropped my tweezers in your garden a few days ago, and I wanted to go get them." Any way you think about it, unless he threw them in, There's no way he could have just dropped them. Knowing this, my mother asked him how he had dropped them in our garden. He made up some excuse like, "I live in the apartment over there. I was jumping up and down and they kind of fell out of my pocket into your yard." When I heard about this exchange later, I got real goosebumps. He jumped and they magically fell 10 meters across the way into our yard. All of his behavior was just completely odd. Jumping up and down in the corridor of an apartment block for no reason was weird anyway. Walking around with a huge pair of forceps was weird. Waiting a few days and coming back to get them from our garden, that was just scary. I got frightened. I imagined coming home from school and just seeing him in the garden with those tweezers in hand, terrifying my mother. She told him we didn't find anything in our garden. They weren't there, and she told him to leave right now. She told me she was going to be extra vigilant. She wouldn't open the door fully from then on, and kept the chain on as well. She hadn't wanted to look him in the eye when she'd seen him. She said his voice sounded young. She wouldn't be surprised if it was the strange guy who'd stared at me in the garden a few weeks past. After he came to our door, no more suspicious incidents occurred. I heard from a classmate who lived in the same building that the man who lived there had been arrested for stealing underwear. I have no idea if it was Mr. Tweezers or not. Even though he didn't cause me any direct harm, I guess because he didn't really get the chance, the idea that he had been watching me the whole time and was stealing my underwear was chilling. I stopped going out into the garden. If I had to go out there, I would make sure the time I spent there was as short as possible. This incident really shocked me, needless to say. It ruined all the joy of moving into a new place. Since then, whenever I've moved house, I've never chosen to live on the ground floor area. This happened when I was at university. My friend had just moved into a new apartment, so me and a bunch of friends decided to drop in on him. His place wasn't new, but it wasn't exactly old either. It was the very definition of pretty decent. His apartment was 3 stories high. There was a narrow staircase leading to the entrance, and a little path leading to the room on the ground floor. Opposite from this was a bicycle parking area. My friend's room was on the corner of the 2nd floor of that complex. On that day, I remember there being a lot of rain. We went to the local supermarket to get some beers and some snacks. We were heading back to his room to surprise him when we went into his apartment. I put my bag down, followed by my umbrella, when suddenly one of my friends shouted, "What's the matter with you?" I jumped out of my skin practically. We all looked at my friend who'd suddenly shouted, then followed his eye line. He was looking over the stairs towards the bicycle parking area. There was a woman stood beneath a flickering light in the corridor. She stood out completely because for some reason she was dressed entirely in black. She looked to be about 30 or 40 and had long dark hair too. Her hair was jet black just like her clothes were. Because of how camouflaged she was, it almost looked like her white face was just floating in the darkness. This mystery woman was just stood there staring at all of us. No, she wasn't staring in our direction really. It was as if she had this 1,000-yard stare, staring at something beyond us. We were surprised, needless to say. We gave her a little bow as an apology. We felt bad for staring at her and yelling at her just because she'd surprised us. As soon as we walked into his apartment, we started to talk about that woman. She was pretty creepy. Man, that was kind of weird, huh? Yeah, that was scary. I mean, what the hell is she doing down there? Does she even live here? If she did live here, I wondered why she didn't just go over to her own apartment instead of just standing there in the corridor. Hey, come on guys, don't freak me out. I just moved in here. We drank beers and played some games and completely forgot about that woman. Later, when we were out of beers, 2 of my friends wanted to go on a beer run. Me and the owner of the apartment decided to stay behind and wait for them. Within 5 minutes, though, they suddenly burst back in. Hey, guys, why don't we all go? That woman is still standing there staring at your apartment. It's way too creepy to go alone. My friend, who just moved in, was too freaked out to go, though, and since the rest of us were pretty buzzed, we went to go get the drinks together. We joked that it was kind of like a dare or something. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I took a glance toward the place we'd seen her last, and sure enough, there she was, standing in the exact same spot, staring off into nothingness. What the hell? While we were on our way to the convenience store, we talked about her more. I said that when we got back, I'd go say hello to her and see if she was all right. I'd let them know what happened. I was curious about her, and I was also a little bit concerned. However, when we got back, she wasn't there anymore. Deep down, I was actually a little relieved. We did find her sudden disappearance mysterious, though. I mean, she'd been out there for quite a long time. I stayed over and left my friend's house the next morning. Surprisingly, nothing else strange happened at all that night. A few weeks went by and I bumped into my friend who'd moved in. He told me he was thinking of moving out already. What? You're already moving? Dude, you just moved in like a week ago. He looked at the floor and just said, "That woman, I can't deal with it, man." According to my friend, that woman appeared every single rainy day and just stood in the exact same spot under the light in the bicycle parking area. Every time it rained, he couldn't help getting frightened watching her stare at his apartment for hours on end. I couldn't understand that woman's behavior, sure, but I thought my friend moving out because of it was kind of unnecessary. It's not like she even tried to do anything to him. My friend then told me, though, that he'd tried to start a conversation with the woman to see what was up with her. That's pretty brave, I thought. Apparently, the conversation went something like this. Hi there. I moved in on the second floor recently. I'm sorry about the other night. My friends and I were a bit loud. She didn't say anything. She didn't even look up at him. She just continued to kind of stare through him into the distance and didn't say a single word. He even contacted the owner of the building, but nothing ever came of it. Whenever it rains, even if it's the morning or the middle of the night, somehow she'll always be standing right there. He told me she always just stood there, staring off into space. She didn't do anything to anyone, but it was too creepy for him to bear. He wanted to move away from there as fast as he could. At first, I thought maybe she was a ghost or something, but obviously she's not. She only stands there whenever it rains, and I remembered obviously seeing the rain impacting on her, so it's definitely not something paranormal. I wonder why. I wonder what she saw or what happened to her that made her like this. After a few months, my friend was able to move out. He never found out who that woman was, and no one he asked about her seemed to know either. Possibly she even still stands in that corner beneath that gloomy light on every rainy day. I remember it was a Friday. I woke up early in the morning to get up for work. I dragged myself out of bed and into the kitchen to make my coffee. I took very light steps into my daughter's bedroom and gave her a kiss on the head, trying not to wake her up. I then tiptoed back to the kitchen and grabbed my coffee. "Good morning," I heard my daughter call out from behind me. I turned around and replied, "Good morning, sunshine." I told her to go grab her stuff and get ready for school. She walked back to her room and I heard silence for a while. I walked in and saw her asleep in her bed. I woke her up and tried to keep her awake. I asked her why she was so tired. Her reply was the most bone-chilling thing I'd ever heard. Let me remind you that she was only 8 years old. "Well, there's this really scary guy who visits me at night." That was already weird enough, so I asked her to elaborate further. "You mean in your dreams?" She told me, "No, Daddy, when I'm awake he comes out and tells me scary stories. They really keep me up. She started trying to look around me, like she was trying to look into her closet or something. I got up to go check out the closet, and of course there was nothing there but clothes. I made sure to tell her that if this person ever came back again to let me know. "But Dad, I shouldn't have told you at all. He said if I told anyone he'd hurt me." I replied, "No one will hurt you as long as I'm here, okay?" After that, I took her to school. I went to work, and at work, my boss and I were having a conversation. I ended up telling him about the closet creature. He laughed and told me it was just her imagination probably. His kids had had their own phase about this sort of thing. I laughed too, but honestly, I was a bit weirded out about it. After work, I picked up my daughter, and we went home. I made us some dinner and asked her with curiosity to draw this thing in her closet. She did so. It only had a little bit of hair, a white face, and a pointy nose that was black around his eyes, and what appeared to be blood on his clothes or something. Even as a grown man, this scared me a bit. What the hell was happening to make my daughter dream about such disturbing things? I tried not to show how unsettled I was, though. I wanted to know for sure if this was actually a dream, or if she was seeing something in real life that was making her think about this. That night, I peeked into her room every 30 minutes or so. It must have been 1 in the morning, and I was still up. I had work the next day, but I couldn't go to bed without knowing, because either way, my daughter had a problem, and I needed to help her with it. To do that, though, I needed to know what was happening in the first place. I waited until she went to bed and peeked into her room every 30 minutes, like I said, to see what was going on. She was pretty quiet. She lay on her bed and most of the time was perfectly asleep. After 30 minutes passed by, I walked into her room again. I peeked around the corner. She was laying in her bed asleep. Before I went back to waiting for a little while longer, though, I looked up to the window next to her bed and I couldn't breathe. Similar to her drawing, but of course a bit different, there was what appeared to be a man in a clown getup tapping at her window. It looked like he was mouthing something to her, something like, "Hey, wake up!" At this point, I was outraged. I wasn't even thinking really. I ran over to the window. The clown saw me before I actually reached him and took off running. I realized I should have gone out the front door and snuck up on this freak, but it was already too late. "Daddy, what's happening?" My daughter was awake now and very confused. I told her to stay put as I jumped out her window. Outside, I saw the guy running down the road as fast as he could. He was really taking off. Immediately, I called the police and filed a report. I wasn't going to be able to catch up with him with that much of a head start. It's been several weeks now, but they never found anyone matching the description. It scares the hell out of me knowing this freak is still out there, and he knows where we live as well. Later that night, or should I say that morning, I sat my daughter down and gave it to her straight. I drilled into her head that she's not supposed to talk to strangers, to anyone she doesn't know, and to keep her window shut and locked no matter what. I wasn't that confident in those measures though, so I ended up boarding up that window anyway. No one would be getting in or out. For the longest time, my daughter always slept in my bed. Jesus, that was the most awful experience. It scares me knowing what kind of perverts and freaks are out there. I try not to think about what could have happened had he ever gotten inside. What about the part of him being in the closet, though? I asked my daughter about it, and she said he used to sneak in and sleep in there. At the time this happened, I was 14, and weirdly enough, I was going to the circus that was in town. If I remember correctly, the place was called the Clown's Nest or something. It had quite a weird name, I know, but I was going and I was pretty excited. I bought my ticket and some popcorn and went in and took a seat. The backstage door opened slightly. And inside I could see what looked like a man in his early 40s with green dyed hair. I sat back and relaxed, waiting for the show to start. There were 3 other clowns, 2 men and a woman. The woman was real skinny, and one of the men was really tall and muscular. The second guy and third clown was the one I had seen backstage just a few moments ago. He had green hair and red lipstick with white makeup, but had black eyes which must have been contact lenses. The clowns ran around throwing flowers to the audience down below. A man with black spandex covering his body ran and climbed a pole and jumped on a trampoline doing some tricks. I noticed that the older man clown was staring at one particular area in the audience. The show went on for a while longer when I heard a raspy voice to my left. A few minutes ago, a man and his daughter had sat down right next to me, and recently that man had gotten up to go to the bathroom, or go to the concession stand, I guess. I'm not sure which. I decided to listen in since something weird was going on here just from the vibe I was getting. The voice asked this little girl, "Hey kiddo, you want to go backstage?" The whole situation sounded freaky. When I heard this though, I turned to my left immediately. There was that clown very creepily standing next to the girl. Better yet, the girl actually said yes. The clown then said this to her, "I shit you not. No worries, you get some special perks cause I'm your dad's friend." They stood up and started to walk off. Being both weirded out and very worried, I decided to follow behind them. I couldn't help but think this guy must be a freak. Before they actually made it backstage, I couldn't bear this any longer. I ran over and grabbed the girl's hand. They both looked surprised and stared over at me. I told her I'd buy her and her dad some popcorn if she came back to her seat quietly, and I'd give her some candy as well. She said okay, while the clown made a very angry face and stomped away. I don't really know what he had been planning, but I couldn't help but feel furious at this guy anyway. Like I had promised, I took the girl back to her seat, bought her and her dad popcorn, and gave her some candy I had. I explained to her dad what happened, and he thanked me. We actually ended up walking home together. As we talked, he wanted to thank me once more for what I did, and said he'd be sure not to leave his daughter alone again like that. They both walked inside their house, and I began my own walk home. It turned out my place was only a couple of blocks down anyway. I couldn't help but notice, though, that behind me was a man in a hood that had been following us for quite a while. I didn't want to be a jerk and immediately assumed the guy was a creeper, but after making so many turns and following us for so long, he was still following me. As I continued walking, when I finally turned onto my own sidewalk, I turned around abruptly and asked the man if I could help him with something. I then heard that same raspy voice from before. No, I was just looking around. I told him okay, but he should probably be getting home now. It was about midnight around this time. He then replied that he thought my house was for sale and he wanted to go visit it. I told him it was not for sale, and I told him so long. I told him I had some buddies waiting on me. When I turned around though, I heard him say there were no friends waiting on me. This kind of freaked me out, because I had been lying to make sure he knew there were other people not so far away. I didn't reply this time. I just kept walking and went inside. I immediately looked out the window to see this guy just standing there for the longest time. I was nervous to call the cops because I'd never done that before, but I was getting pretty scared. I stayed up until 3 in the morning, staring at this guy. He was just on the sidewalk looking toward the house. He didn't move a single inch. Eventually, the freak blew a kiss at me and walked away. The next day, I told my parents what happened. I think they believed me, but they found the story quite funny, which kind of irritated me. To this day, I don't trust any clowns. If I had a moral to the story, it'd be to always look after your kids. It only takes a few seconds for a strange old man to take them, and you never know who that old man could be. I remember waking up from the nap to the sound of my girlfriend sobbing somewhere else in the home. I got up to see what was wrong and determined the sound must be coming from downstairs. I followed the sound down the spiral staircase, all the way to the finished basement. The sound was definitely coming from the little half bathroom at the bottom of the stairs that we rarely ever used. The door was also closed, which it never was. I couldn't see any light coming from underneath, but the sound was very loud. It was obviously coming from the bottom of these stairs. It was about this time I started to fully wake up, and suddenly I remembered my girlfriend had already left for the grocery store when I'd started my nap. I could see her parking spot from one of the windows, and her car was not there. Obviously, she wasn't home. I called out her name, and the sobbing instantly stopped. I couldn't hear anything further. When I finally got the courage to go down those steps and open the door, the bathroom was completely empty. I never found out who the sobber was, but it was definitely a creepy experience. There used to be an abandoned rubber factory on the edge of my town. Before it was torn down a couple of years back, I decided to go exploring there once. I tried all the doors, but they were all barred. I did, however, find a crack in a concrete wall around the back that was just big enough for me to slip through and get inside. It was really neat in there. There were abandoned things that must have been in storage for decades, a bunch of old conveyor belts and factory equipment, all kinds of drug paraphernalia as well. I even found a random painting of Jesus in a makeshift shrine. That's not the creepy part though. I was walking around exploring this abandoned factory. It was about 8 p.m. or so, just after it got completely dark. I looked around for an hour or so, and aside from all that old shit, there was really nothing out of the ordinary. And that was when I started to hear some music playing, something bluesy, somewhere deeper in the factory. I'm not easily scared, and I kind of wanted to figure out what sort of freak was listening to old records in an abandoned factory, because honestly, that sounded like something I would do. I tracked down the noise after about 5 to 10 minutes. I could tell it was coming from a room further down, somewhere in what must have been the basement. There was a doorway covered with a tarp. I went inside. The room was a huge contrast with the rest of the dingy old factory. The walls were bright purple, and the room was warm like there was a space heater in it or something, whereas the rest of the area was completely freezing. As I walked in further, I saw there was a cassette player just laying there on the floor, playing a song which I later tracked down to be Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles. I never found out what the other songs that had been playing were, but I guess that doesn't really matter. I noticed a bunch of papers taped to the walls. They all said, "She gotta run, she gotta run." If I were to guess, there were at least 100 sheets that said the exact same phrase, just plastered over all the walls. Laying on the floor, there was a chair that looked like it had been detached from a school desk. In the corner, there was a statue of some animal that was really badly chipped and burned, like someone had tried to destroy it. I also noted there was a stack of VHS tapes that had the names of women on the sides. I only remember seeing Jessica on multiple tapes, but there were a few other names. I left shortly after, because I got worried whoever owned all of this would come back and find me snooping around. Heck, I figured they might have already been in the building with me. I couldn't stop thinking about this for a few weeks. I was convinced it was either a serial killer or some guy with a porn collection he couldn't risk having at home. Maybe something even worse was on those tapes. I went back with a friend, but when we got there, they had already started demolishing the place, and it was inaccessible. I'll always wonder what was on those tapes, but a part of me is very glad I'll never know. This happened to me personally about 15 years ago, when I was a Girl Scout. We were staying at a campground this year, and one of the rules imposed upon us was that it was mandatory we have a buddy as part of a buddy system. That meant you were always supposed to have someone with you if you left the group, anytime, day or night. We spent the day doing activities at the campground, and when we all went to bed, I remember the cabin smelling very musty. None of the girls liked it much. I think it's one of the reasons I had a lot of trouble sleeping. The smell would just overcome me in waves and make me feel real uneasy. When I finally did manage to fall asleep though, I remember being awoken by my buddy in the bunk underneath me. She tapped me several times on the shoulder, but it wasn't until she poked my face that I really woke up. I was a little bit annoyed, but she said she really needed to go to the bathroom. And, as it was an annex to our cabin, I had to walk with her to make sure she got back safely. Still groggy, I agreed. I was just descending the ladder when I saw her start walking towards the door. I quickly threw on my slippers to catch up with her, as I didn't want her to get in trouble for me not being with her if an adult happened to be awake and walking by. I caught up to her just as she was opening the door, and I stood at the door of the restroom waiting patiently. I hoped all she needed to do was pee, as I was still quite tired. I waited for about a minute and asked if everything was okay. She shouted back that she wouldn't be long. I continued waiting. At least 15 minutes went by though, and my buddy still had not emerged from the stall. I was getting rather impatient now. I banged on the door, but this time there was no reply. I waited in silence for her to say something, but there was no response. At this point, I started to get worried, thinking that something must have happened to her. Maybe she fainted, or maybe she fell back asleep again. Thinking it was probably the latter, I bent down under the door of the stall to see if she was okay. Oddly enough though, I couldn't see anything inside. Not a pair of legs, not anything. I was not quite sure exactly what was going on, and it was very cold outside. The cold air for the last 15 minutes had really woken me up. I thought she must have been playing a prank on me of some kind. I went into the next cubicle and stood on the toilet to look in. However, when I looked down, there was no one in there. A feeling of pure dread engulfed me as the cubicle next to those two unlocked by itself, and the doors slowly began to swing open. I jumped down off the toilet and tried to hide. I could hear a voice from the next door over, whispering something to me. I was too scared to listen though. I ran all the way back to the cabin without looking back. When I got back to my bunk, I saw my buddy was already back there, fast asleep on the bed underneath mine. I just about shit myself, and I couldn't sleep a wink that night. I never told anyone my experience, and continued as a Girl Scout until I became a troop leader myself. It was at this point in my life when I was a lot older, and happened to be chatting to some older scout leaders about camps and cabins in our local area for some of our troops, when all of a sudden we started talking about the same campground I had my experience at. She told us she really didn't like going there, because years ago when she was a young girl, some person she didn't know tried to lure her out of the bathroom. This incident happened in a flat when I was 6 or 7 years old. I remember this very clearly still to this day, and it makes my spine shiver thinking about it. I had the largest bedroom in the flat. My mom had decorated the walls with pink and lavender paint and cute little metallic swirls. I had bunk beds, glittery curtains in my windows, charms and glittery things hanging from the ceiling. Any girl like me's dream. I remember getting into bed that night, and everything seemed normal at first. My room usually wasn't too dark because the moonlight shining through my window through my glittery curtains. I was trying to sleep for what seemed like a while when, I don't know why, but I started to look around my room, particularly in the alcove area in the dark corner. I couldn't focus my eyes properly for a minute, but when I did, I noticed a head of one of those plastic lady things you do makeup on, Her hair really stood out in the moonlight against the dark, creepy corner. I remember going to lay back down in my bed when suddenly I had the urge to look back up. As I did, I was paralyzed with fear. At first, I thought I might be imagining it because I had been staring at that plastic lady head, but I swear I could see a dark woman's outline standing right next to it. It was like a dark gray-black mist, but in the shape of a woman. I slowly looked at it with massive bulging eyes, scanning over it. I saw she had no feet. There was nothing there. No shadow, no feet, nothing. It was like she was levitating 10 inches off the ground, and it seemed she was moving slowly towards me. I was absolutely terrified. I'll always remember this because of how cripplingly scary it was and how I couldn't bring myself to move at all. All I could do was try my best to duck myself tighter under the quilt wrapped around me. There are no labels or anything that could have emulated what happened next. I was shaking, trying not to breathe loudly, not able to move at all, when I felt something behind me, leaning over me. I closed my eyes, when all of a sudden I felt a tickle on the back of my neck. You know, the feeling you get when someone unexpectedly puts their cold fingers on your skin. It started off like that, and quickly became more aggressive, tightening around the back of my neck, as if someone was trying to keep a hold of me. I was trying to scream, but no words were coming out. I was sweating and shaking, and my neck was getting worse. It started to hurt badly. I tried to scream over and over, but all that would come out were these little squeaks. It was like I was gasping for air. I remember the moment when it was like everything snapped, and I was finally able to scream for my mother and move around. I screamed at the top of my lungs. It came out crackled like a blood-curdling cry for help. She came running in, and as soon as she flung open the door and a burst of light shone in through the room, the whole thing stopped immediately. She carried me to the front room, cradling me as I sobbed hysterically. Later in life, I found out what I experienced was a form of sleep paralysis. I didn't know that at the time, though. I thought a ghost had really tried to kill me or something. From then on, I had to sleep in my mom's bed for a while, and we moved out shortly after. I'm grateful we haven't had to go back to that house since. Several decades ago, my grandfather used to have this crazy neighbor who lived on a ridge overlooking his home in central Missouri. The guy was an insane conspiracy nut who didn't allow electronics of any kind on his property and refused to recognize the local police department's authority over him. People in the neighborhood called him Tanner. I guess you could label him as what's now called a sovereign citizen. The guy had a various arsenal of weapons, killed animals for meat, brewed his own booze, and grew his own vegetables. My grandpa lost track of how many times the police drove past his house to climb the ridge and confront that man. There was once even a standoff that lasted most of the day, where the guy refused to leave his house until cops had to pull his front door off with a chain tied to a truck. He would spend brief periods of time in jail for disorderly conduct, hunting on other people's private property, and resisting arrest. He would always return home eventually, though, and the cops warned my grandfather's family that the guy was not to be approached for any reason, and if there was ever a problem, to just call them instead. They reported that Tanner set traps in his own property and had shackles and chains in his back room. My grandfather has only one distinct memory of him. One winter, he was smoking on his back porch when the crack of a rifle being fired way too close made him jump in surprise. A short-tailed hawk fell out of the sky, bouncing off the porch railing right next to him, and landed on his lawn. My grandfather looked up in shock as the hawk thrashed on the ground. From the ridgeline up above, he heard a man yell, "Don't touch that one, he's mine." My grandfather shouted back at Tanner that he would call the cops if he came down onto his property. He then went back inside and locked the door. Where the real story starts, though, is in the spring sometime in the early 80s. A rust-colored panel van broke down on my grandfather's street, and the driver pulled off to the side. He parked right on the dirt paths that led up to Tanner's place, probably not even realizing it was supposed to be a driveway. A few hours later, there was a pounding on my grandfather's door. He found 3 very large men there, asking if he was the one who broke into their van and stole all their stuff. My grandfather, not without good reason, pointed them up the hill towards Tanner's place, and the 3 made their way up the dirt path. From here, I'm going to speak about what the police eventually reported to my grandfather. The 3 men kicked in Tanner's door when they arrived. The first one through the door stepped into a bear trap that was laid out on the floor in the dark hallway. Then Tanner, who had apparently been waiting for them outside in the bushes, hit the other 2 with bear mace and forced them down the hall into his back room, where he attempted to subdue them and chain them to the wall. They escaped nearly blind, and one of them stumbled into what the police described as a barbed wire net that Tanner had set up near his back door. From down the ridge, my grandfather sat by his shed and waited to hear the commotion, but when he started hearing screams and gunshots, he called the police. When the police arrived, they found the front door wide open and several small traps set throughout the house, including an axe that was made to swing down from the ceiling. One of the men was found shackled in the back room with a knife shoved through his hand. The man in the net had been shot 4 times and was let to bleed out. Tanner was nowhere to be found. When my grandfather asked what happened to the 3rd man, the police reported there were only 2 found in the house. Both men survived and were taken to the hospital, but afterwards they were arrested for outstanding warrants. The police didn't specify, but they implied that they had been smuggling drugs or stolen goods in that van, and that's what Tanner had stolen from them. Tanner himself was never seen after that, though my grandfather did hear a report on the radio a few years later of a man matching his description that had been found dead in a ditch in Kentucky after being tortured. I always considered that one of the craziest home invasion stories I've ever heard. To this day, my family still jokes around about the missing bear trap man. Shortly after that happened to my grandfather, he moved across state to a different home. He did return once to his old house just for a look, and he could have sworn he noticed somebody looking down at him from the hill above, but maybe that was just a remnant of the past. Today, I was enjoying the nice weather at my local park. They have 2 pretty small loops, one a little more covered by trees, and one that circles around a small pond. When I got there, only a few other people were there, so I had my AirPods in one ear and was enjoying my music, singing to the open air. As I got closer to people, I would take my singing down to a lower volume, slightly louder than a whisper, to try and be considerate. While it is a public park, it's not much good to be a nuisance with other people there. People were smiling at me as I passed by, and everyone seemed to be in a really good mood. Well, I decided to go on the slightly more wooded and secluded path for my last lap before I headed home. There was an older man who passed by with his dog. We passed by each other no problem when I started to hear this weird, almost chirping sound. We were outside, so I assumed it was bugs at first, but it started getting louder and louder and less bug sounding. I briefly looked over my shoulder and realized it was an alarm or something getting closer to me. Another guy was walking behind me. He went to pass by me, and I noticed he had some weird plastic-looking rope in his hand, the kind they use around packages sometimes. It was the middle of the day, and we were in a pretty public space where I didn't feel too unsafe. I was just a little bit confused. That is, until this man, as he was passing me by, looked me dead in the eye and whispered in my ear, "If that other guy wasn't here, I would have strangled you." Not really processing what he said in the moment, I got out a confused, "Really?" Dead serious, he said yes and twisted the rope around in his hand. He continued walking, and I got a deep chill down my spine as the reality of what he just said sunk in. I texted my partner, and he immediately called me and stayed on the phone with me until I got home. I truly believe I would have been in danger if no one else was around. This just happened about 15 minutes ago and was one of the weirdest encounters I've ever had. My family and I, 22 and female, were sitting in our living room watching some TV after dinner. All of a sudden, there was an unexpected knock at the front door. I went to open it and saw there were 3 young teens that I didn't know standing outside. They all appeared to be sophomores in high school. They told me that these weird guys were following them, and they needed to look like they knew someone who was in this home. I told them immediately to come inside to evade the people stalking them. The teens told me that 3 men had been following them as they walked about a mile from a gas station nearby to my neighborhood. I went outside to try and see if I could see these people, and sure enough, as I looked closer, I could see them just down the street a little ways. When I stepped outside, they yelled out to me, "Lacey, is that you?" I didn't answer. I went back inside and asked if any of the girls seeking refuge were named Lacey. None were. My dad went outside to tell them to move along. They got super mouthy and rude, and eventually they did walk up the street and out of sight. We thought that that would be the end of it. However, we noticed them come skulking back a few minutes later. I opened the door and yelled for them to leave right now, but they started screaming at me that they wouldn't be going anywhere. My dad went back outside. A neighbor also heard the yelling and came out to see what was happening. With the threat of 2 grown men approaching them, the guys finally left, not without some additional lip though. I then drove the 3 teens back to one of their houses so they could evade these guys and get back home safely. Something was really weird about the interactions with those men. I don't know what they were looking to do or if they were just looking for some trouble, but something about them did not sit right with me. I'm just glad those 3 teens decided to come to my house and nothing bad happened to them. I was around 13 years old, at the shopping center with my parents. I wanted to go off on my own for a bit and wander around, looking at the various things. My parents agreed that it would be fine. After a little while, though, I was suddenly stopped by a woman in casual clothes. She told me she was an undercover cop, and she suspected me of shoplifting. Because I was young, I was quite terrified. I didn't think to ask her for ID or anything like that. Back then, I didn't even know I could question the authorities. She asked to look through my bag, and I let her, insisting I hadn't stolen anything. She asked me how old I was, who I was there with, and then she asked me something that still sends chills down my spine. "Are your parents expecting you to go home with them tonight?" I told her that of course they were. Why wouldn't they be? She then insisted I had to follow her to go and figure out this whole shoplifting thing. I was so confused and didn't know what to do. She started leading me towards the exit. By the grace of God, before we got there, we actually bumped right into my dad. He asked me what was going on, and I told him honestly. As I was explaining the situation, the woman pulled out her phone and started talking to someone on it. "Oh, you say this isn't the right girl?" Then she hung up and said, "Sorry, wrong person." She abruptly started jogging away. My dad and I stood there dumbfounded. When my mom found out about the situation, she was really unimpressed by the way this undercover cop handled the situation. She took me to center management the next day and complained to them about how I was treated by their undercover officer. We don't employ undercover cops in this center. I have no idea what that woman had planned for me, but I thank my lucky stars every day we just so happened to run into my dad. I was just driving home from a morning shift and was about 1 kilometer away from home when all of a sudden a guy jumped out onto the road in front of me, waving his arms and screaming for me to stop. I slammed on the brakes to try and avoid hitting him, and he ran right into my window. I've had similar things happen before when people needed help after an accident, so I assumed that was what this must be. I rolled down the window to hear what he was saying, but to my surprise, the guy instead said, "Please help me. I'm being attacked. Get me out of here." Being the soft person I am, I simply said, "Sure, hop in, man." Now, I spend a lot of time in my car. My front passenger seat is basically my office and completely covered in crap. Not even thinking, I told him to get in the back. This was lucky. This stranger was now in my back seat. I asked him some questions. "You want me to take you to the police station? What can I do for you?" He said yes. I pulled a U-turn and started heading to our nearest cop shop. Luckily, it was only about 6 kilometers away. At this point, I still thought this guy had legitimately been mugged or something, so I asked him a bit more about what was going on. "There's people after me. See? There's one there, hiding in the bushes, and another one right there, on the side of the road. Up in that tree, right there." There was obviously no one in either the bushes or the trees. Ah, crap, I thought to myself. I've just picked up a person in the middle of a psychotic break, having gang-stalking delusions. "Okay, mate, let's get you to the police station and get you sorted out," I said, trying to sound reassuring and calming. He seemed very responsive and thanked me profusely. "The police station's just out on the main road. It'll only take us a minute to get there, so just relax, alright? I've never wanted a cop car to appear in my rearview mirror so much in my life." There were only 2 kilometers to go. We were driving in silence when suddenly he snapped his head to the side and looked right at me. He started saying in this super deep growl, "You're not taking me to the police station, are you?" "Yes, sir, I sure am. We're almost there. Just hang on now." "You're one of them. This was the whole plan, wasn't it? I'm getting chased and you just happened to show up in that second. Where are you taking me? Let me out right now!" He started thrashing around in my back seat, hitting the back of my head and flailing wildly. Just then, we came around a curve, and there was the police station. "Come on, man. Look, it's right there. We're turning in right now." I turned in, and he started to calm down. He said thank you and ran inside as soon as I parked. I gave him a few minutes to tell his story to the cops, then went inside and told the desk sergeant what actually happened, just to give him a bit more context. It was so crazy, and it literally happened just 10 minutes ago. When I was in high school, I lived in an apartment complex in Calabasas, California. It's where all the kids lived that weren't filthy rich, that went to Calabasas High School or Agoura High School. I became friends with most of the kids in that complex. We would play basketball some days and on the weekends break into empty apartments and throw some parties. At one particular party, I was hanging out with a group I didn't know quite so well. It was 5 other guys and 1 single girl. We were all smoking and drinking when I saw the other guys go into a room while the girl was just standing in the kitchen drinking a beer. I had to go to the bathroom in that moment, but as I was walking by, I overheard the guys talking. "So when are we gonna rear this bitch?" one of them said. Another guy said, "Yeah, we're gonna run a train on her all night." Now, in high school, I was already a pretty big kid. When I heard them casually talking about that kind of stuff, I walked right up to them to confront them. "Guys, you aren't going to be doing a thing while I'm around." To my surprise, instead of being surprised I'd heard them or something, they immediately tried to convince me to join in on attacking her. Come on, it might be fun. Maybe she'll get into it. I left the room feeling really grossed out. I walked over to the girl without informing the guys and told her what they'd been talking about. I said she should probably head home and the party was over. She left right away and thanked me, and I left shortly after as well. I didn't want to have anything else to do with those guys. The kicker to this story is, that boy that said let's run a train on her and the one that suggested they attack her, I later found out from a mutual friend that they actually did attack and kill a girl in college. They even got chased in a police chase and crashed the car into the median. The world can be a real scary place for women. I think about this a lot more now that I'm raising a daughter myself. A little backstory leading up to this meeting. I grew up in a shady area and would rarely leave home after 7 or 8 p.m. as it was considered quite dangerous. Going into high school, I got a pitbull for a pet. He was a gentle giant who loved everyone and everything. He had some protection work training before he joined our family, but as he was getting older, he had to retire, and so I took him home with me. Anyways, on to the backstory. I was at this time 17, short, blonde, and very aware of my size. Having a big scary dog though, I finally felt safe walking alone. That very night I set out to take a longer walk, as my dog, let's call him Meatball, needed to run off some extra energy. I took him out to the woods near my home, and we walked along a gravel path that was partly lit. It was around 11 p.m. and quite dark outside. As we walked, I became very aware of the fact there wasn't really anyone else around. We walked for a good 10 to 15 minutes before suddenly a man appeared behind us. We continued to walk onward, not really minding, until I started to notice he was taking all the same turns as me. I sped up, feeling my heart beating in my chest. Meatball, who normally just spent his time sniffing at the end of the leash, now appeared very aware of the situation as well. He slowed down and stuck close to my leg, with a full focus on this man. I started turning at every turn I could, and the man followed us down every single one, even though we were now obviously walking in circles. He started to get closer and closer to us, and I was now certain he was trying to catch up to me. I remembered something my father once told us in this moment. Never let someone follow you, as you're most vulnerable from behind. If you get into a situation where you can force your stalker to pass you by, do so. I stopped in place and grabbed onto Meatball's leash. I leaned back in the leash, acting as if I had to pull my entire body weight in holding him back. Now, I was very aware at this point in my life that I was small and looked weak as well. My father is an old veteran though, and he did teach me a few tricks of fighting before I could even walk. I was a lot stronger than I looked. I called out, trying to sound as naive as I could, hoping that if I did have to fight, I would be able to surprise him with my strength. "Excuse me, my dog really doesn't like people and I can't hold him back when he lunges. If I step to the side, you could pass us by and I wouldn't have to hold him back so much." As soon as I said this, Meatball started barking, growling, and snapping towards the man, who now stopped and looked me up and down. He stared at Meatball for a moment, then turned around and walked back the way he came, not even saying a single word to me. He left quickly after. I called my parents and asked them to meet up with me, as I now realized he could easily hide anywhere on our walk back. My dad showed up only a few minutes later, baseball bat in hand. Nothing really happened because it didn't get the chance to, but after being followed by this man at every turn I took for at least 35 minutes, I know this could have ended really badly had I not had Meatball or my dad close by. When I was 19, I'm a woman by the way, I was looking for a room to rent in the city I was moving to for college. It was about an hour away from my family, and I wasn't having that much luck on my own. Because of this, my mom started helping me to look for a place. She found an ad on Craigslist for a room for $300 in a house, everything included. The homeowner was a man, and he rented the additional rooms upstairs to other women while he lived down in the finished basement. The ad stated he rarely ever saw the other roommates because he had a kitchen and his own entrance downstairs, and that he preferred women staying because he'd had issues with the male roommates in the past, partying and trashing up the place. We decided to at least take a look, since it was the cheapest we could find in the area. My mom and I went to the house to view it. Decent house, nice enough neighborhood. The man opened the door and was very nice and welcoming. He was middle-aged. The kitchen and living room were furnished nicely and very clean. My mom loves to talk and get to know people, so they were engaged in some conversation while I stood there quietly and observed the place. He then said he would show me to the room he would be renting out to me. We headed towards the staircase to go up, as I thought, since he'd said on the phone my room was upstairs with the other roommates. Instead, he opened another door, and we followed behind him. This door led us down to the basement, where he opened the door to a very small room, with no closet and no windows either. He proceeded to say this would be my room, and I would be sharing the bathroom and the hallway with him. His bedroom didn't even have a door on it. I was definitely thinking, absolutely not, this is way too weird. But they were so deep in conversation that I couldn't find an opportunity to interject. He then led us to the upstairs and showed us the other rooms, of which the doors were open. He said they were currently being rented. He then started to tell us elaborate stories about the other women in the house, some not so very nice stories, many describing drinking problems. My mom was just listening intently, but I took the time to investigate a bit further. I looked into all 3 rooms and the bathrooms as well. There was furniture inside, but there was not a single item in there that looked like it belonged to a woman. No clothes, no toiletries, nothing. There were only men's clothes in one of the closets. He had no problem with me creeping around his supposed tenants' rooms without their permission either. I then heard him tell my mom that he had some of his stuff in their closets, but they didn't mind too much. I was very confused. Why the hell would a tenant pay you for you to use their space as storage? I was feeling really uncomfortable now. I started moving them back downstairs as they talked. My mom had mentioned when we arrived that her and my dad were going on vacation the next week. I couldn't go with them because I had to work. He brought up again that I should come and stay by the next week and have dinner with him and the roomies to see if we would all get along. I said sure and hurried my mom out the door. As soon as we got in the car, I told my mom I would definitely not be living there. She was dumbfounded. I had to explain to her that not only did he lie about the room I would be in, that I was not supposed to be in the basement with him as well as sharing a bathroom with him, but he didn't even have a damn door. Did she also somehow not notice how no one else even lived there? She still didn't get it though, and thought I was just being paranoid. The man was so nice, and it was a cheap deal. I had to explain to my stepdad when I got home, and he told her by no means would I be living there. I tried to report the post, but by the time we got home that day, he'd already removed it. I think he planned on murdering me at that dinner while my parents were away, or planned on abducting me and holding me hostage in that basement room that had no way to escape. I really hope that guy hits a tree with his car someday or something. When I was a child, around 10 and female, my parents ran a construction business. They had several employees on the payroll at any given time, mostly to drive gravel or cement trucks for them. My dad is a kind but naive man who often hired friends of friends who were down on their luck to give them a chance to get back on their feet, so to speak. It never worked out well because my dad somehow always gets linked up with the scroungiest people. They had a lot of creeps over the years, but I think the worst one might have been Ben. Ben was a friend of my dad's dad, who also worked for us for a time. Ben supposedly had an old work injury that made it difficult for him to work any job where he had to be on his feet all day. My dad's dad begged my dad to give him a job as a driver, and my dad finally agreed. From the very day we met him, though, Ben made my mom extremely uncomfortable. He just had one of those weird vibes that you can't really explain unless you're there. Everybody except for my dad picked up on it. Like I said, my dad is extremely naive. My mom wouldn't let me and my younger sister be around him for any length of time. We were homeschooled at the time, and my mom worked in the office, so we were around quite a bit. She kept telling my dad over and over we should let him go, but my dad refused to because he didn't have any legitimate reason to fire him. This is the weird part. Whenever my sister or I were at the office on a slow day, my dad's dad would always try to get us to come over and sit with him and Ben. He would always ask us, "Don't you want to go for a ride with us in the big truck?" Ben himself would never talk to us. He just let my dad's dad handle all the speaking. We were shy kids, so we never agreed to it, but he was pretty damn persistent. It reached the point where it was literally every single time he saw us there. My sister and I would take turns hiding in the bathroom just so we didn't have to be around them. They'd always do it when my mom was out of the room too, and they'd immediately back off whenever she came back in. My dad was never around when it happened, and I don't think he believed it at all. I mean, who wants to believe that about your own father and his friend? My mom eventually had enough though, and gave my dad an ultimatum for Ben to go. A few years later, we found out that Ben had taken a young girl. My dad's dad had another friend with a daughter around my age, out for a ride in the truck as they had mentioned before, and he molested her. My dad's dad was enabling him the whole time, trying to find him more victims. I shudder to think what would have happened if my mom hadn't been looking out for us. My wife and I spent years searching for a starter home. Finding the right home can be a difficult process in itself, but there were the added factors of being on an extremely tight budget and only qualifying for a type of loan that allowed rural housing only. That being the case, it was as if someone had drawn a large circle around most of the communities in our area on a map and said, "You can't buy there." It was just as well, though. I preferred the quiet life of country living anyway. One place in particular caught our interest. It was located in a small village called Wright, in the middle of orchard country. This town consisted of one old church with a cemetery, a bar, and a smattering of random old houses. It seemed like the perfect place for us to live. We looked at the home and thought it would suit our needs nicely. The only catch was that the two current residents were technically squatting there. It's been a long time, so I don't quite remember the exact details. I want to say they had been renting from the actual homeowner and had stopped making payments or something. Either way, the house would have to go through a short sale, and the renters/squatters had to be evicted before we could take possession. It was a combination of being weary from looking for so long, having been through the full range of emotions while doing so, and thinking it was a really cool setting, but we decided to go for it. The current tenants seemed nice, so we thought the odds were on our side that they would leave peacefully and not trash the house. Fortunately, we had no issues in that department. Unfortunately, that's because we didn't make it that far. The listing agent was quite eccentric and rarely returned calls placed by our agent. To make a long story a bit shorter, We spent 2 months trying to get somewhere with this purchase. Our offer was accepted, but nothing else happened. Every time we spoke with our realtor, she told us she couldn't even reach the listing agent. He was being so evasive. Eventually, we had enough and backed out of this bad deal. At the time, we were sad it didn't go through. Fast forward roughly a month down the road, though. We were watching the TV in our duplex one evening when the old house directly across the street from the one we'd attempted to buy showed up on the screen, on fire. Apparently, the 20-year-old kid living there had shot 3 of his family members to death, then burned the house down in an attempt at destroying the evidence. He went on a rampage around the area and then fled, and was on the run for a while. We couldn't believe it. Shivers ran down my spine when I thought about the fact that we could have very well been living in the house right across the street when he went on his murderous rampage of homicide. I still get creeped out whenever I think about that, even 13 years later. Names changed for privacy. I, 23 and female, recently moved to Florida from Pennsylvania for a job. All of my family and friends are still in Pennsylvania though, so I live by myself here, which can get pretty spooky. My second week here, I met my next-door neighbor, Eddie. He seemed like a relatively normal guy, in his 70s, very quiet and very polite as well. One day, they turned the water off in the whole complex for repairs without notice. I went over to ask if his was off too. He answered the door and proceeded to talk to me for about half an hour. I obliged because I hadn't seen him get any visitors, and I assumed he was quite lonely. Toward the end of the conversation, it started to get a bit creepy though. He said that he was on his balcony one day, watching the neighbor girl across the way through her window as she took some bikini pics. He said, "If I had daughters, I'd be constantly scared they're doing that. You don't scare your dad like that, do you?" It put a bad taste in my mouth, but I attributed it to his loneliness. A few days later, a looming shadow appeared in front of me, and I saw him briefly looking in through my window. To my knowledge, he only had an ex-wife. No kids, no partner, no family to my knowledge. Fast forward a few weekends. My partner came to visit me, and we were out all day at the flea market. I came back to a note at my door from him, saying I'd had a package delivered and he'd picked it up for me. My partner Scott went to the bathroom, and I went next door to retrieve my package. I knocked and there was no answer. Later though, he came to my door in the shortest robe I'd ever seen, and said he had been in the shower. I just said, "Oh, okay, thanks for picking up my package." Before I could close the door, he mentioned that we didn't need to be quiet, and to let us know if he was making too much noise. Fast forward 2-ish weeks. I get home from work. The people from my apartment's office were up on my landing in front of my door, which I assumed was for the palmetto bug I reported. I didn't understand why it took all 3 of them though. I walked up the stairs and they asked me when the last time I'd seen Eddie was. I told them about the encounter 2 weeks prior and I entered my apartment. A few minutes later, they knocked on my door and asked me if the man on the scan of an ID was my neighbor, to which I confirmed. After that, I went to the 7-Eleven to pick up some ice. When I returned, there were 2 police cars in the parking lot. I approached the stairs and everyone on the landing was looking at me. When I got up to my area, the officer asked me when the last time I'd seen Eddie was. I reiterated my previous answer. I went back in my apartment and started my nightly cleaning. Around 10 minutes later, a different cop knocked and asked me the same question, to which I obliged. I was the last person to report seeing him. While the officer was asking me questions, the apartment staff were talking to another cop. I overheard them saying, "Oh, he's in there, and he's all melty." Apparently, my neighbor had died, likely a week or 2 ago. He was so decomposed he'd been leaking into the apartment downstairs. He must have not had anyone check in on him in that whole time. That's one of my worst fears. I felt bad for not checking in on him because I hadn't seen him in a while, but I just attributed it to opposite schedules, as I work Monday through Friday 8 to 5. The creepiest part is I'd been hearing sounds from that apartment, some sort of knocking as if someone was living there. I don't know if that was him trying to get help or what. I found out that was also likely the root of my bedroom palmetto bug problem, since I'm particular about keeping my apartment clean. I've slept on my couch the past week, and it's hard living there alone at night now. So, a few months ago, my wife tells me this story of a girl she knows here in our neighborhood. The girl lived with her parents, or at least she used to. Anyway, one day she needed a USB for some project or something. Remembering seeing one in her father's toolbox and thinking he must have gotten it free with some drill or something, she went and grabbed it. She slipped it into her computer hoping it worked, and was surprised to find files already on there. She clicked onto one, and what she saw next paralyzed her right in her chair. It was her dad. He was looking into a camera, fiddling with a button and trying to get something right. Behind him was her mother, his wife, sleeping on the bed. Sitting on the chair, she began to shake. Intuitively, she understood something was not right about this. When her dad went over to the bed and started taking the quilt off her mother and pulling down her underwear, she got what was happening. I'm not going to tell you everything that happened next. It's not like it was a secret or anything. Everyone in the neighborhood subsequently found out, what with it having been uploaded to a porn site and making its way to other sites as well. But let's just say it was not good. I mean, it wasn't anything that would get it banned from the main ones, not on the face of things. But the fact that it had all gone on without the woman's knowledge, not to mention her consent, was appalling. Yes, you heard me. The woman, this poor girl's mother, hadn't known a thing. You see, this maniac had drugged her, and when she was in a comatose state, he went about recording everything he did to her. Now, remember, this is before the girl found out anything else. After she watched that video, she avoided her dad like the plague in the house. She thought about telling her mother what had happened on several occasions. She couldn't bring herself to do it though, and eventually she started moving out and staying with a friend until she could figure out what to do. Her emotions were all over the place. She lasted about a week before she finally told her mother what she'd found and seen. I don't know how the mother reacted, but I guess it wasn't good, because they both took off to the cops and filed a charge. Things moved fast afterward. The cops came and searched the house, found the USB, along with other hidden ones as well. They arrested him and kept him locked up for a while, asking him all questions and whatnot. That gave the woman and her daughter enough time to pack some things up and leave the house. They eventually did move back in later on. The dad came back first though, and realizing his wife had left, and the real reason his daughter had left the week before, he went into a mental rage. He thrashed the house, broke the windows, destroyed everything that was still inside, and threw it out onto the street. They reckon he'd have burnt the place down if it hadn't been for a local lad there who'd won a few bodybuilding competitions, showing up to subdue him. What a situation, the whole thing. A real tragedy. I do see them walking around, the mother and daughter. The man himself, I don't know where he is. In the mental institution, I'd guess. Honestly, I don't even know where to begin with this one. It just happened so suddenly, and it will probably stick with me for the rest of my life. I'm a man and still in high school. I live with my dad as well. In 2020, my grandma unfortunately passed away due to smoking and COPD. She lived right next to us, and her trailer was about 30 seconds away from our house. You can imagine how you could see what went down in her trailer from where we were. Well, fast forward to now though. Her trailer had been empty for 3 years now. I obviously thought it would stay that way, but I was wrong. Enough of all that though. I have a dog that I always let out at night. I let him out this night just like any other ordinary night. I was letting him out on the porch and watching him use the bathroom out there. My grandma's trailer was to the right of me, and up until now I'd never seen what I saw tonight. I let my dog out and was watching him go like I said, until I happened to look over at my grandma's trailer. I saw a light flick on in the kitchen. I could see it through the window. The confusion I felt in that moment was unexplainable. As soon as that happened, I didn't really know what to think. What the hell? Was someone in my grandma's old trailer, or was I just seeing things? As I was staring at the window, I could see a shadow moving around inside. At this point, I started to get a bit scared. I wanted to scream out loud because the thought in the back of my head we might have an intruder nearby came to light. As I saw the shadow pass by, I quickly got my photo out and snapped a picture. As soon as I did this, however, the shadow I had seen quickly ran across the window again and the light from the inside suddenly caught off. At this point, I wasn't exactly sure what to do. I'd never been in a situation like this before, and I was a little intimidated to try and approach and investigate myself. My dog was halfway down the yard when this happened. He started going insane now, barking like crazy and running right up to the trailer. I ran after him to try and grab him. I made it down to the trailer, where I didn't even want to get within 5 feet of right now. As I was trying to get my dog to calm down and come back with me to my dad's house, I heard and saw the click of the lock from the front door of the trailer. The door began to open slowly. At this point, I saw someone's head poke out the door. As soon as I saw this, I screamed. I picked up my dog and started sprinting all the way back to my dad's house. As I was running, I heard the front door slam open, and I heard footsteps following right behind me. I was just able to get through the door of my own home and close and lock it, not a second too soon. As soon as I did so and set my dog down, I heard something slam against the door, and the door handle started to jiggle, someone obviously trying to open it. My dad was obviously surprised. He yelled and asked what was going on. I screamed at him to call 911. As I shouted this, the banging on the door swiftly stopped, and I heard footsteps scattering from the porch. My dad called the police, and we stayed in our house with every door and window locked, as my dad questioned me about what exactly had happened. When the police arrived, I explained everything the best I could, and showed them the picture I took. They sent out a search team, and wouldn't you know it, they found the guy hiding between some bushes on our property. He was arrested and put in the back of the police car. I came to find out this wasn't the first time he had been in my grandma's old trailer. He had apparently been living there for quite a while, and I just happened to see the light turn on that day. I'm guessing once he saw me outside through the window, he quickly tried to turn it off, hoping I hadn't seen him. He was put away, and hopefully he stays put away. And that was one, if not the most frightening thing that's ever happened to me, and I will never forget it. It had just gone past the transition of New Year's 2022 into the first day of 2023. It was about 2 or 3 a.m. or so. Me and my 2 best friends, who we'll call Lena and Maria, had taken a 2-hour train to a town called Barnsley in the UK. I had started dating a boy there recently, and my friends were excited to meet him. We were all 18 and had decided to go clubbing with my boyfriend and his friends. When Lena started to feel tired around 2 or 3 a.m. though, me, her, and Maria made our way to a bus stop. Of course, it was too late to get on one, but we were talking about calling a taxi. My boyfriend was very intoxicated at this point, so I told him he didn't have to stay with us. We left him behind at the club. Suddenly, as we were talking though, a man dressed in all black appeared from behind the bus stop. "Heard you needed a free ride," he said with a strong accent that I couldn't quite pinpoint. Already tired and a bit intoxicated ourselves, the idea seemed good at first. We believed the man had good intentions. He asked us where we were staying, and we stupidly told him. That was when Maria piped up and politely said, "I'm sorry, but in this day and age, girls can't trust people and get into strange cars." The man looked quite offended and showed us his wedding ring, which looked very cheap and fake even at a first glance. "Come on, I'm a married man. I won't rape and murder you like Ted Bundy or something." The way he said it with such an excited tone made my heart drop. My friend seemed to feel similarly, as she immediately tried to ring up the taxi company. The taxi wouldn't arrive for at least 10 minutes though. The man sat right down next to me at the bus stop, asking me if I was in a relationship and for my age. This man must have been about 40 years old. "My wife works night shifts, you see, and I'm so lonely. I've come out tonight looking for a new woman to bag." I comforted him awkwardly, telling him I'd talk to him while we waited for the taxi. He told us about his intentions if we didn't get in the car with him. He told us he just wanted to rant to us all in his car. Before we could even have the opportunity to decline, he got up and opened the back door. Maria looked at me anxiously and whispered, "What do we do if he pulls out a weapon?" Anxiety came over me. I took a few steps back in bewilderment and began spam calling my boyfriend and his friends at the club. None of them picked up though. The man turned his car lights off, and we heard him locking the doors before yelling us over again. Thankfully, the taxi arrived not long after. We all jumped in and called the police, while telling the man in the taxi to turn back around. We could see the same man sat waiting in his car by the bus stop, now with his headlights back on, and waiting for the next vulnerable and drunk young girls to arrive. My partner and I used to go for late-night McDonald's runs quite frequently, especially since the one in my college town was open 24 hours a day. Probably not the healthiest pastime, but hey, when you're concentrating on finals, or let's be honest, putting projects off until the very last minute, and the dining hall's closed, you'll either scrounge around for any crumbs you can find or go for some fast food to refuel yourself for that all-nighter. Anyway, it was around 1 a.m. He and I entered the restaurant. Neither of us had figured out the kiosks yet, so we went to the line at the counter to order. Right away, we noticed something was off though. We couldn't quite explain what it was, but the general air of the place just didn't feel quite normal. There was a tense atmosphere that had thickened the air and caused us to have a bit of anxiety. As I got to the counter to order my chicken nuggets and shake, the employee looked really nervous. She kept glancing over at the back of the restaurant as if something was constantly drawing her attention. After taking my order, she nervously excused herself and all but rushed out of the restaurant, leaving my partner and I very confused. An equally wired man came to take my partner's order. After asking him how his night was going to try and make some small talk, he said this without even breaking eye contact. It's a shit show, man. I'm thinking of shooting my brains out." We didn't know how to respond, so we just didn't. He said it with such dead seriousness that there was no way it could be some kind of dark humor joke. All that came out of my mouth as I handed him my card was a surprised, "Oh." I glanced down at his name tag, and it simply read manager. Well, that was a twist. I guess everyone was having a really rough shift. We didn't want to add to that, so we were just going to grab our orders and go real quick. That's when the girl from before came back in. She froze as a man got up from one of the back tables of the restaurant and seemed to walk straight for her. Right at the last second, as she turned to walk out again, the man changed course and sprinted for the bathrooms. I went to ask the girl if she was okay and if something was wrong here, but she simply said in a very quiet voice, "Sorry, not now." She headed out to the back kitchen. My partner and I decided it would be best to just get the hell out of here, nuggets or no nuggets. Especially before either that manager came back or that strange man came out of the restroom. Thankfully, our orders came up only moments later, so we grabbed them and ran back out of the McDonald's. At this point, the neon glow of the arches seemed like a warning rather than a welcome. Not to sound cliche, but it was just really creepy in there, and I wanted no part of any of that for that night. My partner and I compared notes as we headed back. He said he'd noticed that man that ran to the bathroom making strange faces at the girl as she took my order, explaining some of her strange behavior. We had no idea about the manager, though. We chalked it up to the stress of dealing with a harassment case on the night shift or something, or maybe just general mounting depression coming to the surface. I hope that girl made it through the night okay without losing her sanity, and the strange guy left her alone. It's been a while since I've been to McDonald's at 1 a.m., and I'm nervous about going again anytime soon. When I was a police officer, a big part of my job was responding to suicides on the train tracks. People would regularly stand or throw themselves in front of trains to end their own lives. It was often my job to find the body, search for the body's ID, and pick all the parts up, place them all in a body bag, and ready them to be taken to the morgue. I've lost count of how many of these types of jobs I attended. Most of the time, the impact of the train obliterated them, and I was simply picking up a few pieces of flesh that were indistinguishable from one another. No matter how gruesome each one was, eventually they all started to kind of blend into one memory in my mind. Maybe a coping mechanism for how horrific that was. Except for one. I was working the night shift and got a call on my radio. About 3 a.m., a person had been struck by a train. My team and I were all sitting in the office at the time, so as soon as the call came in, we all jumped up and rushed into the police van. We drove on the dark, quiet roads of London to the train station. None of us said a word to each other the entire way. It was completely silent. We were all too busy thinking about what horrible sight we were going to witness, what we were going to see. Once we arrived at the station, I saw the fire brigade there, as well as the London ambulance service. Not many people realize it's us police officers that have to pick up after these sorts of things. Yeah, it's us, unfortunately. Once the power on the train tracks was off, I walked onto the tracks ahead of my team, with my torch at the ready to look for the body. I remember it being freezing cold and silent. The only noise was my feet hitting the rubble on the train tracks. After a long walk in the pitch black, I saw the body. I approached to get a closer look, and what I saw has stayed with me ever since. I don't think the memory will ever leave me. The man's eyes were staring right into my soul. His body was not completely obliterated like most of the jobs I'd been to before. Instead, the man's head had been cleanly severed and was placed perfectly on the rail tracks where it landed. It was an odd sight. At this point, I waved the rest of my team over. We all kitted up with the correct equipment to do the body recovery. We were all there in the pitch black in our white bodysuits picking up the remains. I was the one who had to pick his head up by his hair and place it with the rest in the body bag. It was just staring into my eyes while I was doing so. Once the body was in the body bag, 4 of us carried the bag on the tracks to get the body out of the station. While we were carrying this dead weight, our arms started to get real tired, so I suggested to the team we all swap sides to give one of our arms a break. As we gently placed the body bag down, laughter started to come from inside of it. A really high-pitched, slow laugh, the kind of laugh that was laughing right at you. Chills went down my spine. I was so frightened that not only was I speechless, but I was completely frozen. We all stopped and looked at each other. I just picked up this man's decapitated head. How could he possibly be alive? How could he be laughing at us? I could see fear on my colleagues' faces as well. Nobody knew what to do. Eventually, we opened up the body bag. Whichever officer had searched the actual body hadn't seen that the man's phone was inside his jacket pocket. The man had received a call from an unknown number, and it just so happened that his ringtone was a snippet of his own laughter. That laughter still stays with me to this day. Often during the hot summers of the mid and late 80s, I would spend some time at my cousin's house. We both lived in rural areas, but staying with his family was considerably better than staying with mine. My cousin Clay and I had a lot of things in common and would do a lot of fun things together in the summer. We would watch scary movies on VHS, play one-on-one baseball, and go out hiking in the woods. Hell, my aunt even had a really old typewriter, and the two of us would crowd around it and write really bad, scary stories together. My uncle and aunt both worked evening jobs, so they wouldn't be there at night. My uncle was a park ranger, and my aunt was the manager of a grocery store. We had supervision during the day if we were at home. We usually weren't, except at mealtimes though. At night, we stayed in and watched videos or did things like that. We rarely, if ever, would go out and do anything at nighttime. The area we lived in was very safe though, so if we did, we never really had anything to worry about. I wouldn't say though that the area they lived in was an area where everyone knew each other or anything like that. In town, it would be a much different story. Whenever we went down to town, whether it was to go to the store or go to the swimming pool, everyone knew each other. But outside, at the house, it was completely different. This Saturday night, we were going to be home by ourselves for quite a long time, longer than usual even. We had a fun ride in the back of my uncle's pickup truck into town to rent some movies and get some candy and soda to prepare. It was nearly an hour ride from the town to the house in the country, and we always enjoyed being in the bed of the truck. It was still light outside when both of Clay's parents went to work, so the two of us decided to go for a quick walk down the road. I don't really remember too much about the walk itself. When we got home though, we decided to have some snacks and get started with our movie binging. Being summer, it was still light outside for quite a while. We were sitting in the living room together watching a movie when we both noticed something. A truck seemed to be coming down the road. It stopped and turned into our driveway. Clay didn't recognize this truck at all, and it didn't pull all the way up to the house either. He got up and let me know he was going to go outside and see who this was. Clay walked out the front door and onto the porch. As soon as he opened the door though, I watched the truck shoot off in reverse and begin pulling out of the driveway. It pulled back and shot down the road, heading the same direction it had come from. Clay went back inside, and we both decided it was simply someone using the driveway to turn around. We kept watching the movie and didn't pay much more mind to that incident. The night went on and the sun eventually went down. Clay and I kept watching movies, and since we were relatively young, we were getting really scared from watching them. Of course, boys our age would never admit to such a thing though. A bit later, we both began to hear some noises outside. We also saw some light shining in through the front windows of the house. We got up together and went to look outside, looking out the window. It was dark enough outside that we could notice the light shining right into the house, but we couldn't make out what the vehicle was. We did notice it seemed to have stopped in the exact place the truck from earlier had. We began talking to each other about whether or not it might be the same person. We expected the truck to pull out and turn around, much like the one from earlier did, but that didn't happen right away. In fact, nothing seemed to happen. The truck remained in place, with the light shining in through the windows. Clay was about to go out on the porch to see what was going on, but for some reason I felt the need to stop him. Something was making me feel really uneasy about all of this. I didn't know what was going on exactly, but something felt wrong to me. This was an area where people never locked their doors, whether it was during the day or even while they were sleeping, so he didn't seem to think anything was wrong. The very fact that truck was just sitting there, though, was really bugging me. I knew something was wrong. I went over to the door and locked it. He asked me what I thought was going on. I didn't know, and I told him that truthfully. I just got the feeling something was off here. We stood there for a while looking out the windows, wondering what was going to happen. Since Clay's parents were both gone, there weren't any vehicles in the driveway. It was obvious to anyone outside, though, that someone was in the home because of the lights inside. Still, the vehicle didn't do anything. It just continued to idle there. Out of nowhere, though, we heard a gunshot ring out in the night. It was definitely coming from the area around the truck. The two of us got scared, but we didn't drop to the floor like we probably should have. Instead, we ran to his parents' room and grabbed some of his dad's rifles. We heard another shot after that. Clay was feeling a lot of bravado and wanted to run outside with rifle in hand. I convinced him not to, though. As we continued hiding and discussing, we noticed something that we hadn't expected. The vehicle began shooting out of the driveway once again and drove off in a real hurry. Confused, we came out of the room. Nothing was broken, not a window or anything by a bullet. We couldn't figure out what they were shooting at or what just happened. Why had a guy put 2 shots out, which obviously did nothing, then just drove away? We checked outside and noticed something on the porch. Someone had dropped what looked to be animal entrails all over the place. We didn't know what to make of this, but we knew for sure nothing like that had been there before. That guy must have put them there, but we had no idea why. We called Clay's dad, and he eventually came over to the house before his duty was over. He couldn't make any sense of this either. While he was there was a sudden phone call. It had to be about an hour after the vehicle had left. Apparently, the guy had said that next time he wouldn't miss. That was terrifying. It was just a really weird series of events. We guessed it had to be a threat against someone in particular. Clay's dad thought it was meant for him, since he was a park ranger and had arrested people for poaching and things like that, but we could never really be sure. It was Halloween. My mom and dad had gone to an adult Halloween party at their friend's house and left me, a 14-year-old male, and my sister home alone to hand out candy to the neighborhood kids. We lived on a small farm surrounded by other small farms, and our Halloweens were pretty mellow. My sister was 12 and had finally gotten to the age where she thought trick-or-treating and dressing up was embarrassing. I just liked staying home and playing video games with my friends anyway, so I didn't usually go out on Halloween either. The only issue that night was my parents had forgotten to get candy altogether, so they told us to just hand out whatever fruits or pretzels we had lying around in the kitchen. That was so embarrassing for me, having to give kids something they didn't want on the one night of the year they were supposed to be getting candy. I wasn't too worried about it, given that not many kids lived in our area though, so we figured we wouldn't have to answer the door much, if at all. We handed out the first batch of apples to the disappointed kids, and by 11 p.m., we assumed we were already done for the night. Then, though, came another knock at the door. It was quite late now, and I didn't really want to answer the door again. I figured it was just some little kids, though, and I didn't want to be rude and ignore them when they could all see that the lights were on inside. I got to the door and pulled it open, and was shocked to see 4 very tall guys standing there, all in masks, holding their pillowcases open, seemingly expecting candy. Sorry guys, we don't have anything. We've been handing out apples to the kids all night. I got some pretzels if you want some. The tallest one tilted his head at me, almost like he was confused by what I was saying. None of them actually spoke, though. I didn't really know what else to do, so I started to close the door on them. When I was about to shut it all the way though, one of the guys stuck his shoe in between the door and the door frame, preventing me from closing it. I opened the door again to ask him what his problem was, but instead he and his friends just shoved their way inside. I yelled for my sister to run and hide, before being roughly shoved to the ground. One of the intruders pulled a bat out from under his robe and said in a low, deep voice, "We didn't come for your candy." I managed to get on my hands and knees before being kicked hard in the stomach. That knocked me to the ground once again. I tried screaming, but the thing about living on a farm with more land between you and your neighbors than the average neighborhood is composed of is that no one is going to hear you when you scream for help. I kept screaming anyways, though. "It's Halloween, buddy. You really think anyone's gonna think twice about a kid screaming?" This made the rest of them laugh as the man continued taunting me. "Look, I don't know what you want, but I can give you money if you just leave." I expected a response, but instead he just laughed at my shaking voice. In a baby talk voice, one of the guys leaned in. "Oh look, the little baby's scared. Where's daddy to save you when you need him?" I felt a stinging in my side as the guy with the bat swung it directly into my ribs. I was trying to listen to the voices to figure out how old they were, and from what I could gather, they seemed to be young enough to be teenagers. There were a lot of thoughts going through my mind in that moment. I crawled to the corner of the room in pain as they spoke to each other about what rooms they would go in and what they were going to take. One of the guys took me outside, while the others looked around the house for whatever it was they wanted. I looked up and saw my sister on the roof, hiding outside her window from a man I could see had just entered her room. The guy that took me outside had me by the collar of my shirt and was leading me toward the barn. He opened the door to the pig pen and pushed me inside, threatening me with the bat. He made me roll around in the mud and filth as he forced me to oink. I was terrified, exhausted, confused, embarrassed, and felt completely humiliated at what I was being forced to do. The guy was laughing the whole time, too. He told me to get up and led me out of the barn and back into the house to show the rest of his friends what he'd done to me. They only just joined in the torment. They made me drink toilet water, eat trash from the trash can, and other things I can't even speak of as they pulled me around. The whole time, I was just hoping they wouldn't find my sister. The strange thing is, they hadn't even mentioned her once. They took me to my room and began taking turns punching me. I had no idea what I'd done to deserve this horrible beating and torture I was being put through. I blacked out many times. 10 minutes into the beating, I heard one of them finally ask where my sister was. They told me that they wanted to have some fun with her, and they'd stop hurting me if I told them. That was the moment I stopped talking completely. I was not letting them near my sister. They asked me again, spitting in my face. Each time I refused to talk. There was nothing they could do to me that would get me to give her up. Eventually, they tied me to a chair in the kitchen and exited the house after thoroughly trashing the place. I must have blacked out again, because when I woke up, I was in the hospital, attached to a bunch of machines. My mom was crying when she noticed me awake and took her time to tell me exactly what happened. It turns out the girl I had just broken up with the week before asked her brother to scare me as revenge for hurting her. I guess she hadn't expected he and his friends to take it to the extent they did that night. They just got caught up in it, as disgusting as that sounds. They were all soon arrested, but only the brother was actually sentenced to jail time. He received 5 years for aggravated assault and home invasion charges. The other guys got probation as a plea deal for ratting him out. I'm still in a lot of pain, since this happened less than a year ago. I guess there's one thing I'd like to tell kids answering the door for Halloween though, when their parents aren't home. Always make sure to check outside before you open the door. While everyone else was getting drunk and laid, I was stuck at my parents' suburban home studying for the CATs. My parents spent their whole lives working high-paying jobs, and as a result were able to afford a 3-story mansion. They also filled it with lavish art, decor, and furniture. Recently, my father decided to even buy a $15,000 grand piano just because it looked cool. I had moved out of state 5 years before, and so had to stay in the scarcely furnished guest room on the 3rd floor at the end of the hallway. It was 7 p.m., and the sun was beginning to set now. My parents were off attending the annual Rotary Club auction and soon headed out on their way. I returned to my books and continued studying. I had just finished reading the chapter about nucleus mitosis and glanced at the digital clock by the bedside. It was around 9 p.m. or so, and it was now pitch black outside and everywhere else in the house pretty much. I rolled my chair over to the door and glanced down the hallway. It was too dark to see anything. Realizing I had been studying for the past 6 hours or so, I decided to call it a night and collapsed onto my bed. As I continued to lay down for a bit, I looked at the clock again and saw it was now around 10. My parents were probably home by now. Finally, I started to fall asleep. I was awoken soon after to another sound. This time, however, it was Mozart's Lacrimosa playing on the grand piano downstairs. Was my dad seriously practicing piano right now? I had to admit, though, he was playing very well. I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to fall back asleep. Something was wrong, though. I realized that no one in my family really knew how to play the piano that well. My dad had just bought it to piss my mom off. The piano continued to play, and I had the sudden urge to go downstairs and see what was going on. Upon my realization, though, I was frozen and the fear kept me from doing so. Instead, I reached for the home phone and dialed my dad's cell phone number. He answered pretty much right away. "Hey, Dad? What's up? Where are you guys? Are you home? We're on the ferry right now." The piano playing came to an abrupt stop as soon as he said that. I remained silent, and my heart started skipping beats. My dad called my name. My voice was shaking. Yeah, Dad? Who's that on the other line?" I heard the piano stool screech against the marble floor through the phone line. "Dad, there's someone in the house." All of a sudden, I heard some heavy sprinting up the stairs and down the hallway. I jumped off the bed and slammed the door to my room closed. I pushed my body up against it. My dad's voice was yelling over the phone, demanding me to hang up and call the police right now. I felt something heavy slam against the door from the outside and heard heavy breathing through it. After about 10 seconds, everything was silent once again. After a few more minutes, from the other side of the door, I heard the man's voice calmly saying something that sent chills down my neck. My wife was a doctor once. She never had time for me. The footsteps slowly walked away from my door, and I heard the front door open and shut. I was scared stiff and decided not to move away from my spot against the door. It felt like hours before my parents and the police showed up. The police fully searched the house and discovered the downstairs piano room door had its locks removed. They were lying outside, severely rusted. The next day, I traded in my medical books and changed my major to civil engineering. During my freshman and sophomore years of college, I was extremely awkward. I had just come out as gay, so I didn't have many friends. I was generally kind of a big wad of social anxiety, given I didn't have any social skills to make new friends. It's not surprising then that I had literally no dating experience. Miraculously though, over the course of the summer after sophomore year, I sort of grew out of the worst of my awkwardness. I lost some weight and got a lot more confidence in myself. My self-esteem was a lot higher. I came back to school in August, and by October, I had a decent amount of genuine friends. I'd also gotten a lot more involved on campus. With my newfound confidence, I decided I'd finally download Grindr and see what it was like on there. Now, if you didn't know, Grindr is a gay dating app that's primarily used for finding sex or hookups. Despite my recent improvements in the social arena, I was still extremely naive and inexperienced when it came to dating. I set up my Grindr profile with a nice picture of myself and a very brief bio. I got a lot of messages very quickly after my picture being approved. One guy who messaged me had a display name of Dad4Young, which should have been my first red flag. I was oblivious though. I should note that I also look really young for my age. At the time, I was 21, but I was regularly asked by campus staff which middle school or high school I was visiting from. Heck, I'm 23 now and I still get asked if I want the kids menu sometimes when I go to a restaurant with my parents. It's that bad. So this Dad4Young sends me a message that just says, "What's up?" I replied without looking at his profile first. I looked at his profile after and noticed it said he was 54. His only profile text said the younger the better, and his only picture was a zoomed-in blurry picture of his hairy chest. Needless to say, I was not very interested. Given my own experience though, I thought ignoring him would be horribly rude, so instead I kept replying. I don't really remember what we even talked about in the first 10 or so messages we exchanged. I do remember him telling me that I was very cute though. I know I told him I was a student, but I never mentioned which college I went to. It's important to note I went to college in a major city, and there's a bunch of different colleges all within a 5-mile radius of each other, a few more within 10 miles of those even. Sort of like Tinder, Grindr works based off your location, but much more precisely. If you're less than a mile or two away from someone who's online, it will even display their feet in distance away. I noticed that Dad4Young's profile said he was 25 miles away, which I thought was kind of far. He started to get more sexual in his chats and asked if I wanted to meet up. I felt bad flat out denying him, since he'd been so polite so far. I told him I didn't want to meet up with him that day, but we could keep chatting if he wanted to. I figured that was that. When I checked 20 minutes later, it said he was offline. About 30 minutes later, I got another message from him though. "Hey, I rode a while to get here. Thought I'd have a nice drive out to Canterbury campus." I'd not told him the name of my college, nor the part of town I was in. I looked at his profile, and now it said he was only 3 miles away. I started freaking out a little, and didn't reply to his messages in the hopes he would just leave me alone. My college campus had a couple of different campus chunks separated by a few miles between them. I lived on the upperclassmen residential campus, which was about 2 miles away from the main one, where all the other student dorms and main buildings were. I felt like if he were going to try and find me, he'd at least go to the main campus first. Then maybe he'd give up, since not many outside people know about this separate residential campus. 5 or 6 minutes later though, I got another message. "It's no fun if you don't play along. What building on the residential campus are you in?" His profile now said he was only 2,500 feet away, and every time I opened it up, the distance would decrease even further. I was losing my shit at this point. This guy had the ability to pinpoint my exact location. I shut my blinds and turned off all my lights and locked my windows as well. My roommate was out of town on some kind of retreat, so it was just me here alone. The door was already locked. I was getting pretty worried. He kept sending me messages every minute or so, saying things like, "I'm gonna find you, here I come," and other supremely creepy shit. The distance was down to just 310 feet now. I was completely losing my mind, and I didn't know what to do. I deleted the whole app off my phone. Nothing else happened that night. though I was absolutely terrified he was going to come knocking on my door. 3 days later, I decided to re-download Grindr after doing a bit more research and seeing you could adjust the settings so your exact location was invisible. When I logged on for the first time to remake my profile, I adjusted some of the search filters until the results were specific enough to display Dad4Young's profile, which I promptly blocked later that evening. I got a message from someone with the display name, "I'll find you," with the same gross profile picture. My stomach sunk as he sent me a flurry of messages. "You screwed up. I almost got caught by the police because of you. I couldn't find you, so I had to go to the other dorms and find someone else. He ended up calling the police on me. I'm not giving up though. I'm coming for your sweet virgin ass." I freaked out and blocked him again. I deleted my profile and deleted Grindr as well. I refused to re-download it or any dating apps for about a year after, at which point I finally worked up the courage to try again. I've not heard from that nut job ever since.